Boom. All right, we up in here. We up in here. We up in here. All right, here, I'm about to send you the link, Melvin. All right. Let's get this started. Let's do this.
Are you in the chat?
Yeah. One.
Heat Rock 410. What it is though. Take y'all on a journey. Notorious is glorious, victorious. Yeah, yo. I ain't asking for a friend, I need to know myself. And if you never ask, how would you know yourself? It's crazy how your parents know you more than you know yourself. Growth is good, it's important just to know your wealth. Don't let them take advantage like niggas who speak Spanish and you don't speak a lick of it. The game will make you trip a bit. Street money is cool till you get sick of it. And all that bullshit that come along with it. Make sure you stay on your square and keep a strong pivot. Cause them cruddy buddies, they'll do you ugly. And why every female favorite question is, do you love me? And if you knew better, baby, you would do better. And once you know better, you would show better. Most men want a housewife, but me, I love a go-getter. Your ex pussy wet, but that new pussy be so wetter. No lies detected, just get high and accept it. Go ahead, talk to him, y'all ain't beefing like that. Come on, Doug, why you being like that? Man, let's keep it a stat. Why you say it if you ain't mean it like that? And when you say him, you ain't give him no rap. Man, let's keep it a stack. You ain't gotta say you gon' be right.
Yeah. DQ. Check. Have you ever had a dream in the daytime? Had the same dream since the playground. If you made it come true, cause you stay down. Nigga, have you ever really thought about the limelight? In a room full of stars when you shine bright. I'ma make the right move when the time right. Alright. Nigga, have you ever had a dream during the daytime? Had the same dream since the playground. If you made it come true, cause you stay down. Nigga, have you ever really thought about the limelight? In the room full of stars when you shine bright. I'ma make the right move when the time right. Calculated every step, so I can't stand a hater out here hating on. Niggas out here making moves, see a handout the type of shit they waiting on. I'm the type to overlook a hand, cause the wrong step will cost an arm and leg. Niggas tripping, signing deals in red. I'ma hit the booth and make some hits instead. Light years ahead, we done go short a couple of albums, see we up for the challenge. Now I'm focused on the bread, but these niggas be fucking understanding when it come to my talents. It just pop up past when it come to the salad, yeah, zips to the head. And we never mind hating consumers when it come to the rumors, cause we put them hoes to bed. Oh yeah, niggas try to take the page out my book and take the same steps I took. Networking, cultivating relationship, a skill still for real overlooked. Whole squad moving like we Voltron, yeah, the whole nine looking like a gold mine. I'ma show mine, nigga, when it's go time. I'ma blow mine, niggas, when it's showtime. Niggas try to take the page out my book and take the same steps I took. Cultivating networking relationship, a skill still for real overlooked. Whole squad moving like we Voltron, yeah, the whole nine looking like a gold mine. Only show mine, nigga, when it's go time. I'ma blow mine, niggas, when it's showtime. Yes, sir. Have you ever had a dream in the daytime? Had the same dream since the playground. If you made it come true, cause you stay down. Nigga, have you ever really thought about the limelight? In a room full of stars when you shine bright. I'ma make the right move when the time right. Alright. Nigga, have you ever had a dream during the daytime? Had the same dream since the playground. If you made it come true, cause you stay down. Nigga, have
That's right. That's right. Pseudo Killers is back in the building. Welcome everybody to the show. I hope everybody caught the show over there on the Real Black Atheist on Fire. That was a great short build and a lead up to the conversation tonight. Pseudo Killers at the movies. We've been gone for a couple of days. Actually, could have went live yesterday. I don't know why I didn't. You know what I mean? End up doing a whole bunch of crazy stuff, but we ain't gonna talk about that. But take the show away.
Hey man, we got in the building over here, man. Let's see what we got in this building, man. Appreciate the people coming through, man. Y'all know how we do it, man. See what we got going on right here, man. Let's see. So far, we got now over here, yo. We don't even rock till we get at least 60 people over here, man. All right. Need the people come in, man. We got a real good show, man. Y'all know how we're gonna do it, man. It's Sunday night at the damn movies where we clip your ass up. Man, I mean, when we go through the clips and discuss the information and we enjoy everything, man. We got a good one planned today. Gonna be very interesting. And we want to get Concrete Corey thing in first because he got to get up in like 5 minutes. I don't know how he do it. He gonna drink about 7 cups of coffee. You know what I'm saying? And he gonna be up, man. So you know what it is, man. But let's see where we at before we kick this thing off. Let me see where y'all at, man. Where y'all at, man. I see everybody in there, man. A pep. He got a pep. Well, that's the Hisco's deity, a pep. Well, you ain't know I knew that, did you? It's my favorite. It's Thurman. What's up, Thurman? From West Africa. Peace. I see you. Well, we got the moderators in here. I see you, Will. See you, Miss Tiff. 504 top level. Right? Hey, man, make sure the moderators, man, share the show, man. Make sure y'all put the store link in there, man. All right, get some of the Serial Killer shirts, man. All right. Melvin Jeffries, I see you. Rastaman. Yeah. Y'all know who Brendan is, man. Y'all know who Cosmic Corey is, man. Y'all know who it is. I see you. What's this? How I want to say this, right? Man, did you spell it right? Jers. Yeah, what's up? Gordon, Sam Hines, I see you. What's good? Mongo Slade, Jody Breeze. Yeah, I see you in there. All right, man, we at that magic number, man. Hey, look, I like to just say Black African power, y'all. What's good? What's happening? A well-organized lie defeats a disorganized truth every time. Woohoo me. Now, y'all already know what it is, man. It's the pseudo killers on deck. We're coming to do what we got to do, and we're going to do what we got to do. Standing tall, standing strong. Man, pseudo killers on deck. Hey, what's good, Brendan, man? Pseudo killer official, man. What's up with you, man? What it do? What it do? What it do?
All right, peace to the brother, Bobby Banger, peace to the panel, peace to the chat. I hope everybody's enjoying the weekend and plus enjoying the Sunday night, the pseudo killers. I think we've got a really good, diverse lineup of information tonight. So I hope everybody sort of enjoys that. Right, for sure.
Mm-hmm. Hey, man, y'all know what it is, man. Hey, my man, Space Age Astronomy Club official pseudo killer Anthony Bowman. Boy, I see you, man. What it do? What it do? What it do?
Peace to you, my brother. Peace to the panel. Peace to everybody in the chat. Just want to say, when you're scientifically literate, they can't drag you down to their level and beat you up with their experience. Peace.
Got him. We know what it is, man. Hey, my main man, Concrete Corey, Cosmic Corey. What's on your mind, man? What it do? What it do? What it do?
Man, peace to everybody, man, on the panel, man. I appreciate everybody that came over here from the Real Black Atheists. That was a good short build and a fun build or whatever. So I look forward to more of them, and I'm looking forward to a good show today, man. Good entertaining and learning at the same time. So peace, man.
Hey, y'all already know what it is. The infamous Chef L, the source himself. Hey, Chef L, what it do? What it do? What it do?
My bad, my mic was off. Chilling. Yeah, good little build over there. That was fun. So it got me going. So yeah, but we got a couple people on the panel. Panelists, we ain't opening up until we get into what we, the show, but we glad to have y'all here. You dig what I'm saying? Go ahead, Unc.
Yeah, we about to really get it started, man. I know we got the first queued up thing, man. And so we got a real good build going. So Brendan, you want to crack that first video?
No, we got Ken in here too, though.
Oh, Ken in there? Oh,
Yeah.
Don't let me forget about Clark Kent, my main man.
Just forgot about the dog, man.
My fault. I ain't see yo, because you just crept back in here, Kent.
Yeah, I did.
Don't play.
I just got back in the house not too long ago, man. So I got to rewatch the whole other show and everything, man. So yeah,
right.
But I'm
let me
here,
give you a proper pseudo killer. Bring you in proper, man. Let me do it proper, man. Clark Kent, the infamous cuss you out of nowhere. Number one, coming from the top rope all day, every day. My main man, hailing straight out of Atlanta, man. Hey, it's Clark Kent. You know he turned to Superman. Clark Kent, what's good, man? What it do?
Ain't too much, man. Glad to be here. You know what I'm saying? To live another day. Kicking it with the pseudo killers. We about to damn drop some heavy information. Peace to everybody on the panel, man, and in the chat, yo.
Peace.
Yeah. So
hey, Brendan. I know you're gonna be the maestro for the night. I think am I correct with that? So I sent you a few links to go with the conversation.
Okay, did you send it to my email?
No, I sent it to your phone.
Okay. Yep. I'll grab them. I'll send them over, and I'll tee them all up. All right. But I guess what we can do, we can start it off with the topic that we talked about. This is more of a current topic, right? And I'm sure that most of you guys have got some exposure to this, and this is the whole topic around China and Taiwan here recently, right? And this is a huge dust up, right? In light of the Nancy Pelosi, the Speaker of the House, with her trip to Taiwan over the last few weeks, right? She actually did a trip to Taiwan this month, right? And it actually caused, sort of an international dust up, right? And this is something that we've been talking about internally with the pseudo killers. We think it's really interesting, and plus it has some both geopolitical implications for the United States, right? And quite frankly, for our pockets, right, as well. Right. So I'll go ahead and share. I did a very brief slide deck on this. So I'll go ahead and pull that up. And I also have some videos teed up regarding this particular topic here. Right.
Yeah, this is definitely serious, man. It's definitely serious.
Yeah, for sure. And again, this is all about the idea, China versus Taiwan. And today, this is over in the Wall Street Journal. They had a really good article regarding this particular topic, right? And just to begin with, if we wanted to actually come back and talk about some of the from a map perspective, I went ahead and teed up a map. If we wanted to actually do some geography conversations around those particular topics there. But I always say, when we have these conversations around things like this, we have to, we have to navigate ourselves from a geography perspective. We got to know the parts of the world that we're talking about, right? And like, for instance, we had a conversation with Chef earlier today, right? And she was like, man, he always thought that Taiwan, right, actually a part of China, right? Traditionally, you would think it was, right? Because think about the formal name of Taiwan is the Republic of China, right? But it's it's a democratic, sovereign country, right? And it's coming into power in its own right? It's very important from a supply chain perspective. Right, we talked about the entire world relies on Taiwan for the semiconductors, right, and a host of other sort of technological innovations, right. So that's why it's very important, right, in terms of what's going on there geopolitically today. Right. So when you think about Taiwan, the president of Taiwan, right, his name is Xi Jinping. Right, he assumed office back in 2013. He's a member of the Chinese Communist Party, the CCP. right? And if you think about a little bit about his background, right? He has a background in both chemical engineering, right? And he also has a background in the military.
President of China, I think you said the president of Taiwan, but
I'm sorry. Yep, the president. Thank you for exactly. Xi Jinping, right? He's actually the president of China, right? And again, he has a background in both. He's sort of like a dual-hatted president, right? Which is very, atypical, or which is very typical of the leader, right? The world leader these days, right? He has a background in both engineering and in the military, right? He's actually served a stint in the People's Liberation Army of China, right? But from when you see on the world stage, when people actually judge him, right, they judge him as both an autocrat and a dictator for several of the things that that he does on the world stage. So I'll stop sharing this, right? And I want to go ahead and I want to pull up a video that gives a little bit of background about the president of China.
Hey, Chef, do we have to do our
disclaimer? We probably need to do our disclaimer as well.
Yeah.
Yep. And do you have our disclaimer teed up, Chef? And this first video, this is a small 3-minute video from the Wall Street Journal that kind of goes into the backstory of the U.S.-China tensions that are happening. All right. But if not, what I'll go ahead and do is say this is for educational purposes, right? This is commentary. We'll go ahead and tee this up now. I'll share this. Share my sound, and you guys let me know if you guys can hear the sound for this.
Yep, we hear it.
Have soared. A visit from House Speaker Nancy Pelosi and comments from other U.S. officials about the island have infuriated China.
美方打着所谓民主的幌子，在干着侵犯中国主权的勾当。
This self-ruled island has grown into a durable democracy and major semiconductor producer. The U.S. has promised to help it defend itself.
Are you willing to get involved militarily to defend Taiwan if it comes to that?
Yes.
But the problem is China sees it as part of its own territory and has threatened to seize it if necessary.
Over the past year, the Chinese military has also sent dozens of planes, bombers, and fighter jets into the airspace close to Taiwan.
So, as Taiwan is perhaps the most explosive issue in U.S.-China relations, here's how we got here and what's next. The first thing to know is that Taiwan, which is located off China's coast, has been self-governed since 1949. That's when the Communist Party took power in mainland China and some nationalists fled to the island.
For China, Taiwan is seen as always been the one that got away. When the Chinese Communist Party first founded the People's Republic of China, Taiwan was never a part of the People's Republic. Instead, it was governed by the Kuomintang Party that had fled to the island after a brutal civil war. Ever since then, every Chinese...
Now, just to add just a bit of context to that, right? This political situation sounds very close to the situation that's happening between Russia and Ukraine, right? Now, when you think about Ukraine being a member of that old Soviet bloc, right? And was a sort of a split off there, right? Taiwan, right, in its relationship to China is very similar.
Chinese leader has sought to reunify Taiwan with the mainland.
And that includes President Xi Jinping, who has made bringing Taiwan under mainland control a key goal of his legacy.
祖国完全统一的历史任务一定要实现，也一定能够实现。
But the U.S. has shown support for President Tsai Ing-wen. From Beijing's perspective, she's a leader who is dangerously pushing Taiwan closer to independence. Taiwan.
And we'll go over just a brief biography of the Taiwan president as well, Tsai Ing-wen, right after this video.
Taiwan became a bigger bilateral issue between the U.S. and China during the administration of President Trump.
What President Donald Trump did was to make it part of U.S. policy to tighten ties with Taiwan. And this has continued under President Biden.
For decades, the US has sent weapons and more recently has sent troops to provide military training despite China's warnings. The US has a few reasons to do that.
Firstly, it's the US' ninth largest trading partner, and Taiwan is also a key part of global supply chains. Taiwan is also a litmus test for US credibility in the region because the US allies will watch US treatment of Taiwan carefully.
One reason Taiwan is so strategic for the US and China is the role it plays in manufacturing. It's home to the world's most critical chip maker, and semiconductors have been in short supply over the past year. So, what's next? China has made a series of moves in the region in what Taiwan sees as attempts to discourage the island from forging closer ties with the US and other allies.
What we've seen is a PLA unit posting on its social media account the video of a recent military drill that happened off the coast of southeastern Fujian province and facing Taiwan. The caption of the video read, "We're ready to fight anytime."
China also said it would hold live-fire military drills around Taiwan in early August. But this doesn't mean China will actually invade the island, which carries a lot of risk considering.
But even as an update, it says that China said that it would conduct live fire drills. At this point, right? I think yesterday they did this is a ballistic missile test, right? A high altitude ballistic missile test across over the top of Taiwan, right? And again, right, them doing that was a direct threat to the U.S. carrier fleet. Right. And saying, OK, well, yes, when you guys, the U.S., you begin to interfere in our region. Right. Here are some of the consequences.
Considering Washington's pledges to help Taiwan defend itself. Taiwan is one of a number of issues, such as trade and technology, that have soured U.S.-China relations in recent years. Despite the risks of escalation, the U.S. is signaling that even with war raging in Ukraine, it can remain very active in the strategic Asia-Pacific region.
If the U.S. doesn't stand up for Taiwan in the face of China coercion, then U.S. credibility in the region suffers, and it would affect its relationship with other allies in the region.
Yeah, that was definitely a good informative video. I think what you said it ties right into the Ukraine and Russia situation because it's kind of the same thing. Is kind of not wanting, the relationship between the U.S. and Taiwan because they feel like, yo, this is our territory. Y'all fooling around with the enemy in the backyard. We can't. And from looking at it from China's perspective, that's not cool, right? But
and here's an example. We talked about Nancy Pelosi's recent trip to the region, right? Mm-hmm. And when we always talk about these government officials making these trips to overseas to make these diplomatic trips to other nations, right? It's not just like these guys are jumping on a flight and just going over there to the nation. It's like, no, that's not how it works, right? You mentioned that she actually she made the trip on Air Force One. Right. And what comes along with that, right? And what comes along with that is movement of military personnel, right? And military, aircraft, carrier fleets. You're talking about like boats and all these things, right? The supporting and the supporting military components with that, the logistics around that, of course, right? That raises big concerns for China.
Well, and definitely you got, fighter jet escorts. They have to go and do a dry run before Air Force One shows up, right? So all of this is, military helicopter and personnel, all in that region, which would definitely be uncomfortable for me if I'm Xi Jinping, right? And so, it's a power play on the. I think it's a good play. I think Nancy Pelosi should have did that because, like I said, they don't want China to get any ideas from Putin, right? And they want to let them know ahead of time, it's going to be some trouble. And all in all, I think China don't really want it for real like that with us. I don't think they can really. I think we don't. I don't think we want to get it. It's not a good idea to get into a war with them, right? It'd be expensive, even a proxy war, right? Because that's more these days. That's more what the United States fights now. We don't. Everyday citizens are kind of against sending troops over to somewhere anymore, right? So we fight these proxies.
Right, the forward deployments, right? Of course, we there's an isolationist wing of the Republican Party now that is very against these forward deployments, right? But when we talk about what's China's outlook of it, right, in terms of this recent visit, right, to Taiwan by U.S. officials, right? But in terms of through the eyes of the U.S., right, we just see it as just ongoing diplomatic relationship that we have with Taiwan, right? And from I think Nancy Pelosi, she made a speech like a couple of days ago. She said that the U.S. will not be intimidated in terms of maintaining its relationship with Taiwan, right? And this relationship goes all the way back to the Carter administration, where we wrote the doctrine that sort of outlines what the U.S. Diplomatic relationship would be. Right. And from our perspective, from the U.S. perspective, it's considered maintaining the status quo. But again, right, there's always two sides to the story, right? From the Chinese story, they're saying, no, the U.S. is actually changing, right, that status quo, right, and actually, engaging with these recent trips, right, a little bit more than what the Chinese government would be comfortable with, right?
Yeah, definitely. That's definitely a good point. But yeah, because we got naval bases, all of that kind of activity going on, and so with the testing of the ballistic missiles, it's kind of like playing with fire a little bit, because you got U.S. military personnel coming back and forth on these aircraft carriers, right? And you testing ballistic missiles, which has to be coordinated with air traffic control, right? And obviously China's not coordinating with Taiwan and air traffic control, so that puts things at risk. It's just almost, like I say, it's almost playing with fire or a loaded gun or whatever. You know what I'm saying? And it's dangerous, and that's how things happen. And
absolutely,
yeah.
Right. Albeit it was a high altitude test, right? They tried to be a bit careful and try to do it at high altitude. But what if something happened? Exactly, right? That could spark a huge international incident for sure.
It's a test. You know what I'm saying? So, obviously things can happen. But I think they knew what they was doing. It was just, another power play. Yo, we can do what we want. You know what I'm saying? This is our airspace. This is our region. And, if y'all fucking around and y'all get hit, that's on y'all. You know what I'm saying? So
but you wanted to add some content, content to it as well?
Yeah, but that's it's cat and mouse, and it's chess, not checkers, not Connect Four, and the game is played on the highest level. Like we've had this discussion of what the level is and what it ain't, and China is doing exactly what it's supposed to do. But United States ain't going for it. I know a lot of y'all hate the United States. Oh, I get it, right? But it's where the hell you live at. And you definitely want them to win. You can say what you want to say. You can go where you want to go. And you can do all that because you're in America, right? Now, I haven't been to every country, other parts of the world, right? But I do know you're not doing 9 years for goddamn vape cartridge in America, all right? Slap on the wrist. So there's different rules and regulations to govern things. For me, China, like all of a sudden now they saying that's part of China. Yeah, it's really not. Not since when 1960s, I believe. Right? It's an independent sovereign nation. All right, and they're claiming that they're a democracy. And see, when you claim you're a democracy, then democracy supposed to hold true to that, right? Because the mandate, we reaching out, right? Democracy is the way to go. The free economy. China has a no COVID policy. If China was over here, y'all be in trouble. Y'all all be vaccinated, stuck in the house right about now. Right? They just came about their lockdown. I'm not even sure if they came out of it yet. There is no, we're going to debate over masks. No, it's no debate. There's no debate over whether we're going to get a vaccine. No, you're going to get that vaccine. All that, you extra smart, that's not working in China. So Taiwan does a lot of production of clothing manufacturers. I know, because I get shoes from China, Taiwan, my fault, from Taiwan and China. And so, you know what I mean? All that is in play. China doing what it's supposed to do. They want that back. That's a crucial piece to help maintain and build their economy, right? United States, look, we're a democracy and y'all know what it is, right? You got to put the threat out. So I don't think that they're going to actually, nothing's going to happen. Like, this is not Ukraine and Russia, right? Where you just go ahead and bomb them out. They got to be more smarter than that. Not going to do that. When Russia bombed Ukraine, America signed up with a lot of money. They put a lot of money on that situation, right? And a lot of the killing and the weaponry they're using is from the United States. Well, what the hell? Russia been doing that forever. Afghanistan, all that. What kind of weapons do you think Afghanistan was using against the United States? So they actually fight wars. Like, this is what the superpowers do. It's smart. You fight wars through other people. You don't directly deal with each other. Because to do that could mean the end of the goddamn world. So you just test your shit out using other people. That's how the game is played. You use your pawns. I just wanted to add that to it. So, yeah.
Oh yeah, absolutely. These ideas of fighting these proxy wars, and we also talked about, in terms of testing China's, the mettle of China's military, right? How long has it been since they actually engaged in military conflict, right? It's been many decades, right? So it would be very, I wouldn't say interesting, it would be very I guess precarious for China to actually get into a war with Taiwan that would include things like amphibious assaults, cyber attacks, right? We're talking about ballistic missile attacks and all these things. So of course, right, there would be that proxy engagement would happen there. But let's go ahead. I want to tee up another video, and this goes into a little bit of the biography of the Chinese president, Xi Jinping, right? And I'll go ahead and share this. Again, this is fair use, right, for educational purposes. And this is from CBS News, I believe. All right, it kind of goes through just some backstory on the Chinese president. And after him, we'll go into the Taiwan president. And you guys let me know if you can hear this video as well. I'll jump into the middle of this because that's where you actually to the meat of it.
Indeed.
Can you hear that?
Yes.
Okay.
As the most powerful man in China, chairman of the party and president who did away with term limits so he could rule for life, Xi has made nationalism his rallying cry. We will safeguard our sovereignty, he told the People's Congress. Any tricks to split China are doomed. Xi has built a Chinese military force unlike anything the world has seen here. His key aim is to reintegrate lost territories like Hong Kong and Taiwan, possibly by force, and to become the world's leading economic power, challenging the U.S. in every way. To lay the groundwork, she has consolidated power at home with a growing personal presence and a tough dictatorial rule, reining in any possible dissent from Muslim Uyghurs by jailing more than 1 million, shutting down churches, and locking up human rights activists, cracking down on opposing voices in the Communist Party. Still, there are some who challenge his vision. Zhang Lifan is a historian.
And again, right, we talked about this on previous shows, right? The tools of dictators and autocrats, right? So of course, Xi Jinping, right, seems to have no problems with leveraging those means and methods.
China's one-party dictatorship is very difficult to sustain, says the former member of the respected Academy of Social Sciences, who's among few here not afraid to speak out. She is full of fantasies, Zhang says. He lives in the illusion of building a great world empire and replacing the U.S., but it's too huge and unrealistic. Not so, say the country's leaders, who point to China's rise, which has been as dramatic as Xi's own from those days in the village. And yet, the permanence of all this prosperity is not guaranteed. China's economy is slowing, its military is largely untested, and this rise to great power status is facing growing resistance internationally. Sasha Petrusik, CBC News, Beijing.
Ha. So I don't really want to push the button that we talked about in private, right? Right, Brendan? What I will tell you here, there were some very specific things that this broadcast had actually talked about that you played. It talked about, and I said it 10 minutes ago, about China and its economy, right? And its growing economy and how it slowed. I talked about all that, but we got people amongst us that act like China has the largest economy on earth. That's misinformation, ladies and gentlemen, right? This misinformation is coming directly off of large channels, right? African-American channels, where what I will say is that the conscious community is now officially mainstream. Okay? Just for the record, in case y'all didn't know, those days of obscurity is gone. Those days of mentioning certain figures in hip hop slightly, that shit is gone. So now we're serious around here on the pseudo killers, right? Real Black, we're serious because now the game is mainstream. It's just that. So misinformation, right? Brendan, I think you talked about China and the mistakes they made, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Right, absolutely, right. And China is exhibiting what we call the peaking power syndrome, right? And what that really is that, when you have a nation state that had an exponential growth, right, it exploded onto the world stage, right? And one of the biggest reasons why we saw that exponential growth in China was because at one point, right, China was completely closed off from the world. Right. It had a closed economy. It didn't do very much of any international trade. But when China opened up its economy to the world, right, of course, that's when it saw this exponential growth. Right. And what we've seen since then, right, is that growth has sort of plateaued and started to wane. Right. And what we call that peaking powers or that peaking nation syndrome, what you end up having is that, these imperial powers that have these lofty goals of imperialism, once they start to peak like that, they become very dangerous, right? They become dangerous because now they may not be able to use some of their economic strength or those economic levers, right? That's when they begin to actually use some of their military, right? To actually, realize some of those goals, right? And there's examples in history right? I think Germany, right, back in the 1940s, they were considered one of those peaking nations or peaking powers. They exhibited that syndrome, and they became very, you would say, very dangerous during that time. So that's what a lot of the political commentators they're suspecting China is going through that sort of same situation. And another one of the consequences, remember when China had that one-child policy for many decades, right? As a result of that, which one of the that they have a number of people there, they don't have the numbers that they used to have to actually fuel the military and fuel their economy and the workforce. So that was one of those really unintended consequences there as well. Right. So, of course, right, China is in trouble on the world stage from a perspective in terms of it becoming this imperial power.
That's a fact, but that's a platform for pseudos to start their whole conspiracy theory around. So be wise, right? And hearing people say China has a larger economy because the United States is falling here and falling there. The thing that makes United States is its free economy. Donald Trump was actually saying, man, their economy is growing so well because we don't have the proper tax against us. We're giving them all this money. We're doing all that. Trump was right. As the businessman that Trump was, horrible president, but an excellent businessman, right? He was right in all his assertions about China and changing a few of those things. He was right. He said it's a bad business deal, right? It doesn't benefit us. It makes no sense, right? He was sharp with that. So sometimes, and we see this a lot on YouTube land, people, right, different groups forget how their success was actually put together. And you start to have that peaking power fucking syndrome, excuse my language. And you start to think you can do something that you really couldn't do. Just stay in your lane. China should probably just stay in their lane, right? Like they got their own people hate them like that. We ain't talking about the United States when you get mad. I'm a jump at the Capitol for 3 hours. Gonna be over with. Hada. Nah. See, America, based off of the concept of democracy, you definitely have way more freedom than you do in China. Two different governments, two different styles of governing people, right? There are certain things that people in America are afforded and other free nations are afforded that places like China and Russia is not. Now, I'm not saying that that's better or worse. I'm simply saying when you're talking about overtaking a whole situation, right, then your whole situation got to be right. It can't just be the power, the in charge, and people got to have more say in that situation. The people ain't gonna back you all the way like you need them to. Where you at, Concrete? Go, you want to say something?
Yeah. I like I said, China. I don't think they really want it in a proxy war like that. I think that'll be devastating to their economy. I think they, they where they at is basically where they at. I think Brendan called it peak power, right?
Yeah.
They're not satisfied, and so I think he's trying to bite off more than he gonna be able to chew, which Putin is finding out some of the same things, right? He's reached peak power too. He's reached peak power too. So he gotta do something to try to get more power, but I don't think that I think it's gonna be more costly to do something like that, And like Brendan, and like you said, we talked about earlier, the United States don't really, we ain't getting into no direct wars too often, too soon, right? So we're gonna fight these proxy wars, and it's a money game. And so who got the most alliances in the world? Who got the most power? who can take the biggest hit, who got the most military power, strategic power, right? That's what the game is all about. It's chess. It's a chess game, and I think the United States in a good position as far as the chess game goes with the alliances we got, and just basically our overall power.
We done seen China already, right? Y'all remember the Vietnam War?
Yeah, definitely.
We seen them. See, y'all gotta understand this, right? Study the Vietnam War. Yeah, we lost that war, not really. Yes, on paper we lost, but not really. Not really. I studied wars. We didn't want to win that. So we keep a lot of stuff in war mode, like Vietnam War. The last joint we just was in the Middle East, Pakistan, not Pakistan. Am I saying it right?
Afghanistan.
My fault. Afghanistan, testing weaponry. We've been doing. We stay fighting, nigga. They stay fighting. Excuse me. Scratch the word, nigga, from the list. These ninjas stay fighting, right? And it's a reason for that. Like Russia thought they were super slick. They having problems with Ukraine right now against American weaponry. Like they was doing. Like I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna shut up. Like Ukraine was using the internet, so you get Russian generals and Russian heads in the army talking on a daggone. No, they cut off all their power. They ain't had no way to communicate, but Ukraine could communicate just simply by using the internet. They're crazy, using drones, basic shit. That's crazy, right? Right, jamming their signals, all the stuff they didn't expect. Now, the United States, they're on top of that type of game. Yeah, but go ahead. Somebody want to say something?
No, but definitely, I wanted to, because you went into the whole disinformation campaign, and you were speaking on that, and I think that goes into our next segment of our show. If y'all, if y'all wanted to, unless y'all wanted to have them, y'all have some more to say on this. I think Brendan.
I just wanted to do the last segment, and this is covering. This is just covering the Taiwan president, right? Definitely. This is Tsai Ing-wen, right? So I'll pull this up briefly, and we'll talk about, because we want to make sure that we're balanced in the conversations, right? So,
definitely, I wanted to definitely go into that, yeah.
Oh yeah, exactly, right. So we always talk about the sisterhood, right? So this is one example of women being on the world stage, right? So this is Tsai Ing-wen, right? She's 65 years old. She's the president of Taiwan. Right? She's a member of the Democratic Progressive Party. I think she's been a member of that since 2014. She's got a background in both law and international trade. And one thing about her, I think it was last year, she was on the Forbes most powerful women's list, right? She was actually named number 2, right? This is in 2021, right? So, in 2021, the person who was number 1 was Kamala Harris, right? So this sort of shows her prowess on the world stage there. So I'll go ahead and show just a brief video that sort of gives a background of the president of Taiwan as well. Let's pull this up. Again, we put the fair use disclaimer out there. Right, let me know if you guys can hear this. You guys hear that?
Yeah, we can hear it.
Once written off by the opinion polls, but re-elected by a landslide. Tsai Ing-wen's stunning reversal of fortune is largely put down to one thing: the growing fear of China, with the events in Hong Kong giving renewed urgency to her message. that Taiwan's unique identity and democratic freedoms are best preserved by standing up to the powerful neighbour that claims the island as its own.
Hello, President Tsai.
Hi.
Thank you very much.
But might her strategy, as her critics claim, hurt the economy and risk provoking Beijing?
If we leave aside the question of timetable, the question of practicality, are you, in principle at least, in favour of the idea of formal Taiwanese independence?
The reality and what it is now is that we are already a functionally independent country. And we have our own government and we have our own election.
Will there come a day when that reality needs to be spelled out by a formal declaration of independence?
The idea is this, we don't have a need to declare ourselves an independent state. We are an independent country already. And we call ourselves Republic of China, Taiwan. And we have our own system of running the country. And we do have government and we have the military, and we have elections.
Your victory is...
Well, I'll just keep that brief there. Right? Again, right, she talks about the sovereignty of Taiwan and being able to back that up, right, with having those, the democratic sort of framework in place, the democratic infrastructure to do, free and fair elections. And she also talks about we have the military power to back that up as well. So I thought that was a very sort of interesting topic. Again, right, on the world stage, we're sort of teeing this whole conversation up as, the world democracy against China and communism at this point, right? And that's how some of the political, commentators and the people who are in this whole conversation, this whole geopolitical incident, that's how we're sort of framing that conversation. So it'll be interesting to see what happens over the coming months, right? And of course, we'll keep an eye on some of this, but because it has implications for us, right? We're already talking about, hey, should we be beefing up, the U.S. military in terms of, increasing the capacity of our U.S. carrier fleets, right? Increasing the capacity of our ballistic missiles, right? In light of some of these things that are happening between China and Taiwan, right? And to do that, of course, it takes more funding. Those are more tax dollars that we're actually contributing to our military defense. So that's how it actually impacts us here at home.
Yeah, definitely. And that was cool. I didn't know she was on Forbes #2 most powerful woman in the world. I think that was an interesting point. That was made,
yep.
Right.
Yep, certainly. Right. And she also has something in common with another very popular person in our community, right? She also attended school at Cornell University.
Oh, okay. That's cool. That's cool.
Yep.
That's cool. So is that where she got her law degree there?
Yep. She got a law degree at Cornell. Right. And I think she also went to school in Taiwan as well. Right.
Yeah, definitely.
Yep. Awesome.
Clear example of taking education and bringing it back to your you don't see her living in Canada some damn way and talking shit.
Exactly.
See, this is what we do. We talk shit. Yeah. While we in Canada on the ice sheet somewhere, the Laurentide ice sheet, Canada, talking about this and that, when we should be home doing what she's doing. She's home. She went abroad, got the education. She came back and she laying that shit down. Her shit is clear. We have an army. We have this. They're promoting democracy, and that interview was valuable because anybody that stands beside democracy will stand by Taiwan, right? And that's sovereignty, right? So we always talk about being sovereign, which is crazy as hell. When you're an African American, you're already that. You already got the Army, Air Force, Marines. You got that. You forget. You have that. That's funny, right, Chef?
Right. They always say, well, we don't have a military. We don't have this. Yes. It's like the U.S. military is your military, right? It's like there was this whole thing that is called integration that happened, right? So yes, right. The industries, right? We always say, well, we don't have industry, right? The U.S. industries are your industries, right? Because in all those industries at every level, you see African Americans participating, right? It's just the onus is on you to participate as well.
At the highest levels, you see African Americans participating.
Exactly.
Make that mistake. Here's a mistake. They try to qualify everything. Well, you're not. Well, look at what the people that's coming from Africa got. Look at what the Italians got. Look at what. Wait a minute. We didn't come by that route. We came by that.
Sosa dropped in the building though.
Peace, Sosa. Peace.
Yeah, peace, man. I missed the opening credits and the coming attraction. So Red Rock out. I'm gonna catch up.
We didn't come by that route. We came a whole different route. We playing catch up.
I'd like to.
If you playing catch up, you have to actually take advantage of your circumstances. You have to take advantage of your victories and treat them as if they're victories. You can't underplay anything. You have to grasp that brass ring, right? You have to use your voting blocks. Everything has to be measured in what you're doing in your approach, because that is the American way. You've seen a great example. You've seen the homosexual community. How did they change? How did they rebrand themselves? How did they do with what they did? How did they manage to do all that? How? It's the way you do it. So that's a excellent movement, right? To study, right? Probably think it's crazy, but it's not, right? Excellent thing to study, to incorporate the way they fought to get to where they at. Excellent thing to look at, right? It's a good book on it, and it does not come to mind right now. But yeah, how do they rebrand themselves? How does the African American rebrand himself to get to where he needs to go? What is it that we need to do? Important. Somebody was going to say something.
If Ken, I'd like to comment on what the videos he just showed. I think that, I used to be this way a little bit myself, thinking that, man, China, they're coming up and they're going to be unstoppable. But the one thing they do have is they're at a point in their military where they could do really well in that region of holding us back if they were going to invade. But what they can't do is they can't project their power yet. What's good about the situation in the United States is China has a lot of enemies. They have Japan, Australia, India, North Korea right there in their backyard. And I know we've been sending, we have a contract to send nuclear subs to Australia to bring their power up, as well as Europe. Europe's going to side with the United States as well. And another thing is that China is not, like you said, they're hitting their peak power, and a lot of stuff they have. Like I watched some guys that used to live in China on YouTube, and they talk about how shoddy the construction is over there in their second and third tier cities, like bridges 10 years old falling down. So they went up really fast, but they didn't go up quality wise. Now, I think Shanghai is probably a really well built city and things like that. So yeah, we don't know how their military will do. And I used to be really nervous, like, oh shoot, like buying the hype that the United States was on its way falling down as far as being able to dictate or project power. And really, we don't know what the United States has that they haven't shown us yet. I mean, did you see the other day they just have this Ginsu knife missile that can just take a person out with? It's like it hit that terror, al-Zawahiri. It basically hit him on his apartment balcony and didn't kill anybody inside the apartment that he was at, because it has like these knives that come out and spin, and the bomb doesn't explode. It's crazy. But anyway, the reason I brought that up is like, we don't exactly know. We always hear about what China can do, like, oh, China is getting into our computer systems and they're trying to mess. We're doing the same thing. We just don't hear about it. There's, so I thought the videos were really interesting. Another thing, real quick on China, is that authoritarianism is not really liked. I mean, they're suppressing their whole population over there. They can turn on anybody that was paying attention when they were having protests. I forgot what they were protesting over. They were the bank, when there was like an investment, and basically the bank was losing its, lost all the investments. So people were trying to show up there and protest. Anybody that they knew was going to protest, they turned their COVID card to red where they couldn't leave. I mean, it's crazy. It's insane.
Oh, man.
Yeah. Basically, they couldn't leave their towns to go protest. And these banks who lost all their money, that promise these big investments. So I guess my point, and Brendan, thanks for bringing those videos, is that we tend to think that things are like China is on the incline. And like you were saying, I really think they've peaked and cracks are starting to show. And it's not inevitable that they're going to be the number one power in the world. And that's all I want to say.
Yeah, not at all. And one of the dangers, and one of the dangers of it is, getting into this type of conflict between, China and Taiwan, right? It would end up coming down to, using technologies that have to go hard and fast first, right? And that's where the fear, right, comes in terms of, something like that can quickly escalate. Right. So again, we talked about, okay, well, if China wants to do a full scale assault, right, what would that entail? Right. It would entail like, air, assaults by air. Right. Of course, it'll take, they're going to do cyber attacks. Right. They'll have to launch an amphibious assault. Right. They would have to use ballistic missiles. Right. And as things like that ramp up, right, and then when either the world begins to counter it, right, the U.S. gets involved, Taiwan is involved, of course, right, things like that can quickly escalate, right, and that's the danger of it, right, if China knows, right, if it goes in slow, right, and if it doesn't use overwhelming power, it could potentially get, in a stalemate, in that amphibious piece, right, because it's very difficult to launch an amphibious assault. We all know, the losses that the U.S. Encountered in D-Day, right, and that can end up being a death trap for China, right, if Taiwan gets to a point where it can beef up its defenses on its shores, right, and protect against that military attack, that amphibious attack there. And of course, you Ankh, as a ex-Marine, right, what those types of military engagements, how dangerous those can be.
Is how many people you willing to lose before you stop?
Right. But again, that concludes the Pseudo Killers War Report Sunday night at the movies, right? We should actually do more of that, right? In terms of some of these types of conversations, right? The geopolitical, right? The military things that are going on, right? From that perspective, right? I think those are sort of interesting conversations that we should have.
Yeah, it'd be fun to see those weigh in on that shit because they'll fuck it up. But go ahead, Corey.
Yeah, I was saying though, I think all of it all ties in, right? Because being in the age of information, right? Man, Sheffrin got the reverb going. Where you at, Sheffrin? You ain't even. Is you here? You ain't even here.
I'm mute him out. Mute him out. There you go. He muted himself.
But yeah, being that we're in the age of information, right? Misinformation is high warfare right now, right? High level warfare. So I think that's our next segment kind of slides right into another form of warfare and terrorism and what have you, right? On a domestic level and an international level, we have a problem with it. So I don't know, either one of those videos, Brendan, you can go into.
What's
there
wrong?
goes Sheffer. What up, bro?
What's wrong? Y'all miss me? No, I'm listening. Y'all killing it.
Your mic muted.
Oh shit.
Your mic muted, bro.
My mic muted.
On the screen. You gotta get off the screen mute.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh yeah, y'all rocking. I'm listening. I was upstairs cooking. Y'all killing it.
Yeah, you guys go ahead. I'm teeing up your videos now, Corey.
Yeah. So everybody already know about a lot of the misinformation. Well, I don't know, man. I just think a lot of misinformation is it's easing through all the communities at the same time. I don't know if Sheffer, did you want to speak to what we said in the last segment? Did you hear it?
Yeah, I heard it.
Comment on that.
Yeah, y'all definitely. We had already talked about it, and y'all hit every point that we damn near talked about earlier. So yeah, I like when I can sit back and y'all flowing, keep the flow going.
But we had a question earlier, like when we played the videos, did we have to have that disclaimer up or whatever? Do we have to do that first?
Yeah, we've been doing a verbal disclaimer.
Can we do it at any point we can do it at any point in the video.
Yeah, any
right?
point of the show, I'm gonna put it up though. So
okay.
All right. I have your video on here from World News Tonight. And this is Alex Jones. Do you want to start with that one?
Yeah, that's fine. You can tee that up. We'll go into it to the next segment on that one.
Okay, so I'm gonna do this. I'll go ahead and play this and let me know if you can hear it.
Alex Jones trial.
Yeah.
All right. So let's see here.
Talk about misinformation. Y'all leveling Alex Jones at this point.
Oh, we're getting ready to debunk some misinformation here.
Ordering the conspiracy theorists to pay $45
I'm getting ready to debunk
to parents who lost their 6-year-old son in the Sandy Hook massacre for calling it a hoax. The punitive damages awarded today come on top of another multi-million-dollar penalty in just the last 24 hours. Here's ABC's Ariel Reshiev.
Members of the jury, have you reached a verdict?
Tonight, a Texas jury punishing conspiracy theorist Alex Jones for his lies, ordering him to pay $45.2 million to the family of 6-year-old Jesse Lewis, one of the 20 first graders and 6 staff gunned down at Sandy Hook Elementary. The staggering sum, on top of $4 million in compensatory damages, marks the first time the firebrand host has been found financially responsible for spreading false claims about the country's deadliest school shooting. For years, Jones told followers Sandy Hook was a hoax staged by the government to crack down on guns, even calling the victims' parents crisis actors.
I don't think you will understand unless there's some form of punishment.
The parents of Jesse Lewis testifying on the devastating toll of Jones's lies, years of harassment, violence, and death threats they've had to endure.
Jesse died here.
Jones finally admitting on the stand what the world knew years ago about the massacre.
It was, especially since I met the parents, and it's 100% real.
Jones's company has filed for bankruptcy, and he claims he's lost nearly everything after being banned from platforms like Facebook and YouTube. The judge even admonishing him from the bench.
You may not tell this jury that you are bankrupt. That is also not true.
Today, an expert for the family testifying he's worth up to $270 million and has withdrawn tens of millions of dollars since he was found liable of defamation in Sandy Hook cases.
He lied to make his money, and he's lying to keep his money.
And this isn't the end of legal troubles for Jones. He's also facing a lawsuit filed in Connecticut by several other Sandy Hook families and an FBI agent. He's been found liable in that case and faces millions more in damages. Whit?
Ariel, thank you.
Yeah, so appreciate
Hey,
that,
hold
brother.
on. I know Alex Jones was sitting on 270 million.
Yeah,
A quarter
Damn, I
billion. I
miscalculated
told
his
you that
income.
earlier. I told you that earlier. He's sitting on $250 million, over $250 million, and that's just what they know about. Like, this nigga lying, and that's what I'm saying, man. These niggas is making money off of the misinformation, right? We talked about some of the people, why he's got this money, why he's able to establish those types of numbers, right? Because he got like people like the gun lobbyists and the NRA funding him. You know what I'm saying? Millions of dollars, and for years and years and years. Plus, he a snake oil salesman. He sell all of these supplements and what have you, and all of the misinformation you can think of. You can find it on Infowars. And my thing is, a lot of the things that Alex Jones says, the conscious community would tend to agree with, right? Whether they realize it or not. I hear a lot of the same things that Alex Jones says in the conscious community, which is very, very telling, and it's kind of scary to me, really, to tell you the truth, right? But yeah, you see, that sets the precedents, right? That sets precedents for future misinformers and snake oil salesmen, right? And let me tell you how this is harmful, right? See, what the gun lobbyists and the NRA wants is people to continue to purchase guns, keep buying guns. Every time something happens, they want to tell you, well, the Democrats or this person or that person is going to take your guns away. And every time they say that, everybody run down and buy 10 AR-15s on top of the 10 AR-15s they already got, right? It don't make sense, right? It's crazy. At least that's how it goes around here. Everybody got gun safes piled up with guns. And it's like, man, you can only shoot one or two guns at a time. If you got more than two guns, I mean, it don't make sense to me. But you get these, and you have Alex Jones saying that the Sandy Hook students were crisis actors, right? But at the same time, it's people like him is the reason why people run up in these schools and do these mass shootings, because they've been misinformed. Not only are they probably mentally ill anyway, right? But on top of that, they're being misinformed by people like Alex Jones, and that's the danger of misinformation. And that's what I keep pushing. What I keep talking about, that slippery slope. It starts out innocent, until you have people running up in schools and churches and wherever, the gay bar or everywhere. You know what I mean? They having these mass shootings, right? And it's based on people being misinformed. You have people running up in the Capitol building, beating down the Capitol police. You know what I'm saying? It's because they've been misinformed. Misinformation is very, very dangerous. But if y'all want to go ahead, somebody else want to go ahead on that. Add to it.
So, yeah, second class citizens at putting out that type of information clear $270 billion. So everybody you see in the conscious community is the second and third class citizens because they're actually doing the same thing. They just don't have the flavor. And I'm telling you that we are ahead of the curve. And we talked about this whole thing. Like the only reason you're seeing my face, the only reason you're seeing the pseudo killers is because I know I felt this way 15 years ago. That's how I felt. Like I'm like, this shit is crazy. Like this is crazy. Although I had my own set of beliefs and stuff like that, and a lot of blackology going on, I understood the way the shit was going was super crazy. Like we had superheroes, right? I could go down the list. Delbert Blair, right? Which I could always talk to on the phone. May the force be with him. Phil Valentine's, the Duke of Tears. Matter of fact, I'm gonna stop right there. You can go to my blog talk shows, right? And I cussed out all of them except Delbert Blair. That's my man. Cussed them out. I'm gonna start. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna cut up some of them. The Duke of Tears, cussed them out. He started saying something about John Henry Clark when I had him on the show. I cussed his black butt out. All of them, blue pill, red pill, cussed him out, beefing. I was beefing with him because 15 years ago, I seen this right here. You're seeing Delbert, that guy, right? The all-time high, 2.7 something big $1 million, right? This is what everybody inspired to be that guy in our community. Same thing with your boy, may the force be with him, the snake oil super salesman, some kind of way creep this way in the Michael Jackson family. They ain't even paying him. I'm like, you tripping. All right. Super doctor, fake herb, the whole 9 yard guy. The sister from TLC, she in Honduras. You know, she lost her life trying to visiting this guy. Same stuff. The same anti-everything rhetoric, the bullshit. The whole Dr. Sebi shit is the same shit in blackface, y'all. It's the same thing. Ali Muhammad, all of them, they're doing you the same way. Now, our brand, right? Or their brand of doing that the same way is now gone straight up African American now. So for most people that won't even listen to what's the guy named Jones? What's his name?
Alex Jones.
Alex. I try not to even remember names like that. The
Right.
Alex Jones guy, right? They don't listen to black people saying that thing now, right? There's a level that has risen amongst you. I'm not even ready to say their names yet because they're at the damn level now. We're not even ready to fight them. I can't even fight them with words and conversation. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's a different level now, y'all. They're getting 1 million views, 600,000 views, 100,000 views. I'm not even gonna say their name till I'm ready to fight for real, because I don't like losing. They can just dismiss anything we say now. You know, Jabari and all of them, they can't dismiss us. Even Jabari with his elegant way to talk. He talks like this. Are we clear, family? He doesn't cuss. He's speaking just like this, right? I can maneuver around that. I can maneuver around young Pharaoh, even though young Pharaoh stupidly ended up some kind of way in mainstream. I don't know how he did it, but I knew he was just too dumb to hold that position. But I could always maneuver him around, right? At the end of his little campaign, he just started ignoring us. He could do that. He was at a different level. Just ignore you. I'm not listening. I don't have nothing to say, no matter how much right. So now we're conditioning ourselves now. And I'm saying the crowd got to be with us. Now, y'all gonna have to support us in what we're doing. Look at Brendan's studio. Look at Sheffield Street. We're all gonna have these two. We're gonna have better programming because now they're playing the game at the highest level, and the African American community is the high level. Now, that pseudoisms that's been permeating all through the conscious community, it's mainstream now. These cults that I've been talking about, the online cults, it's mainstream now. White people been fighting that shit for a while. Alex Jones, they've been fighting Alex Jones, and now it's a key mechanism. That's why Corey wanted us to play this video. It's a key mechanism in this thing now, right? That they finally can start to hold people liable for that shit. What you say now, that's deep. That's a move in the right. So as you tell people, don't take this medicine and don't take this vaccine, if they so happen to die from that, now there's a precedent set. See, now y'all just can't say any goddamn thing. But our platforms, right? Those who promote scientific literacy, right? And doing shit the right way, right? Now, right? Our optics has to be there now. Okay? The way we do business, like I'm and I know King So's don't agree with this, but for me, you know, that word nigga, I'm not using anymore. I'll just say ninja, and you don't know what I mean. Right? You know what I'm saying? I don't want people to look at me and say, he just said that word and dismiss everything I said after that. Because that's how I go. Right? So I'll be saying ninjas. Y'all know what I mean. Ninjas.
Hey,
now we got to be like, Sosa.
I feel like I ain't gonna let a nigga, right? But I feel like if you ain't gonna say nigga and you switch to ninja, like that really ain't enough because we know what you mean. You still say that. You just say it in code, like you feel me? So it's the same effect. Just try to be sticky.
Yeah, but it's not that word.
Yeah, I feel
See, it gives the same effect. I said ninja. What you talking about? See, that's how you play the game the highest level. See.
No. But we got another video. Unless I don't know, Sheffrin, no Saints. Anybody can go in.
I wanna say something to what Unc said. He's so right on the crossover. I have a couple of guys here that I work with here that believe everything Alex Jones says. So one day they were talking about the vaccine. They were talking about, you know, the different medicines and things like that. And I said to him, thinking, because I knew who this was through Sonetta, but I was thinking to myself, let me throw this out here and see who knows I'm talking about. I said, easy there, Dr. Sebi. And he knew, he said, Dr. Sebi, they killed him and da 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 da. I was like, and this is not a black guy. And I'm thinking to myself, yeah, it crossed over, man. And nobody else knew. Only the guy who watched the Alex Jones and all that stuff knew what I was talking about. It's crazy.
Right, definitely. Yeah, Dr. Sebi, when you cross over, that's when you're a superstar, right? So, you know, I'm glad you brought that point up. So he was a superstar pseudo, right? Because, you know, he had the black community and the white community. And that's when you know you're a superstar, you know, when you get both communities, you know what I mean? That's a good point. And Alex Jones, whether the black community realizes it or not, he's a superstar because they may talk this, oh, white man this and white man that, right? But a lot of that information comes originally from the white community. You know what I'm saying? From people like Alex Jones and the Blavatsky's, you know, all of those types of people. You know what I mean?
That's what I was saying. It's like not just Dr. Sebi, but like I've noticed when I would watch Sonetta, I was hearing it from his channel, like certain people, like, you know, talking about the G5G causing corona. I was hearing from both, like you said, it's a crossover. The pseudoness is on both extremes. It's crazy. So what Unc is saying is absolutely right. It's not,
it's mainstream.
It's
mainstream.
Well, it's fringy. It's fringy, but it's fringy on not just in the white community, or not just in the black community, but also in the white community.
Definitely.
Y'all see the screen, right? I'm gonna show you. I can show you better. I can tell you.
Excuse me. Before we moved on, I piece to the panel.
We're not moving on.
We're not moving on. August, Sharon.
We're not moving on, bro.
You know, regarding
Regarding the foreign policy,
we're not moving on. I'm sharing something real quick. Relax.
Oh, okay.
Definitely need your voice. That way we can beat you up. See this? Charlatan. Right? What's a charlatan? Okay. You have charlatans amongst you. A charlatan, okay, is a person practicing quackery, or a similar confidence trick.
That's really I didn't actually, I knew quack, right, was a word, right? But quackery, I was not totally sure that was a word, but that confirms it there. Okay. Yeah, I'm cool.
Okay.
I
A
like
similar
that word. I
confidence
really
trick.
like that word. But go ahead. Go ahead.
Confidence trick, right? Hold on. Let me show you, yo. We be victims around here, don't even know it. A confidence trick is the attempt to defraud a person or group after first gaining their trust. I'm gonna stop right there. See how they get y'all? Pay attention now, right? In order to obtain money. Listen, power, fame, young Pharaoh, power, fame, or other advantages through what? Persistence or deception. There we go. Let me stop right there. Watch this, y'all. If y'all don't think the Black community is starting to get up, here you go. Infamous individuals. They got infamous individuals here, y'all. Got Albert Abrams, an advocate of radionics, whatever the hell it is, right? Or other similar electrical quackery.
Electrical quackery.
Man, that's a mouthful, right?
Like
Look,
that
what's
5G.
this?
He was the first 5G nigga.
Oh man.
Look, John R. Brinkley, right? The what? The goat gland doctor. God damn. Who implanted goat glands as a means of curing male impotence. God damn.
Oh man.
God.
Helped pioneer both American and Mexican radio broadcasting, and twice ran what unsuccessfully for governor for cancer.
Okay, yeah.
Look, watch this, y'all. Look, who is that? Ah, who do we have here?
Dr. Sabi.
Are we serious? Look, who claim to have the cure of all diseases with herbs and a unique vegan alkaline diet. We know they now sell alkaline water in the food markets all around you. So if you've been buying that, you've been getting beat up for the tune of $50 a bottle, $30 a bottle. Now you can get it for $2. You've been getting beat. But that's who? Who's that guy, y'all? He's that guy.
Quackery.
Honduras self-proclaimed herbalist. There you go.
Man.
I didn't make this up. Right amongst you. So you know anybody promoting him that's on the big stage, we call the big stage, is a quack too. Because check this out, y'all. Quacks promote quacks. Hold on. Let me look you in the face. This is a look in the face moment. Hey, quacks promote quacks. Pseudo killers beat up on pseudos. Quacks promote quacks, and pseudo killers beat up pseudos. This is not hard to understand. 1 + 1 is 2, ladies and gentlemen. There you go.
That leads
Who
me.
got to say? Go ahead. What was you about to say?
I was going to say that leads me into the next sentence, if you would allow me.
But you ain't gonna cut me off though, James. That's what you ain't doing. You ain't gonna kill my flow. That ain't what you doing. I got you. Relax.
I know it didn't sound like you were done to nobody.
Mode.
It didn't sound like you were done to nobody.
I don't care. So, point I'm making here, very simple. Look around you. Look who promotes Dr. Sabi. Quacks, quote unquote, supposed to be leaders in our quote unquote community. No one was willing to talk that talk. You know how long I've been beating up on? You should have talked about him while he was living. I did talk about him while he was living. He just had enough power to ignore me. I absolutely did. Check the record. Now, Mr. James, would you like to say something? I know it's going to be pseudo. Would you like to say something?
Yes, I would, if I may.
Yes, you may.
Short and sweet, James. Short and sweet. But go ahead.
It's just a couple of items I'd like to help. And my role, I think, is try to help
you not appear pseudo, all right? For instance, regarding foreign policy, if you have never left your state, don't be coming up here discussing international foreign policy. Regarding China, I'm not going to go into the history regarding how Japan got the sovereignty when China ceded it back in the day. I'm going to talk about now. Right now, China, which is a world power, claims Taiwan. We can't ignore that. You guys didn't mention it. The next thing is you're discussing charlatans and snake oil salesmen. And at the same breath, you mention Trump as a good businessman. Now, a charlatan and a snake oil salesman, good businessman, and his grandfather was up there with the best of them, right? But it is a questionable thing to say that Trump is a good businessman, right? And regarding gun control, I don't know if you understand what the Supreme Court ruling was, but you sound like if they got more gun control. So be careful about that. I'm back quiet.
No, I was saying they didn't have the gun control. What I was saying is how that's something that gun lobbyists and the NRA spend millions of dollars marketing against and messaging against is the gun laws. But that was the segment before, right? So we on this segment. Brennan,
right.
go
and
ahead.
by the way, just to clarify, right? The video that we showed, right, that gave background about Xi Jinping, it talked about his concept of a unified China, right? The concept of the unified China in his eyes includes Taiwan being a part of the Chinese Communist Party and the Chinese state, right? So that's why we didn't mention that specifically. It was covered in the video. Right.
But I think we mentioned that in from a Chinese perspective.
Yeah,
also,
we probably did. But I have your second video teed up.
Hold
if you
on,
want
real
to pull
quick,
that up.
real
Okay.
fast, real fast. For the record, I said Trump, when talking about China when he was office, when he changed those deals up, he was fucking right. He was. No matter how much you don't like Trump or do you like Trump, that particular stance, that part of the business in the business deal, he was right, bro. Now, regardless of what you think, anybody to make $1 billion is a good businessman. I mean, you can say what you want. Okay, he's a raggedy billionaire businessman. He owned whatever. Simple.
Well, he kind of inherited most of it.
Okay, he sure did.
But
he leverages that.
But
and
yeah,
how many y'all play the game?
I don't want to get off of this.
Yeah, I don't want to get off of that because niggas be broke.
I want to
see
go
motherfucker hit
into
the
the
lie
next
to be
video.
broke. Don't use the laws right. Be broke with $1 billion. Be broke, whatever. But go ahead,
Corey. I'm not sure about you. I know Unk's been in the military. I've been in the military. I've been out of my state. I'm sure Unk's been out of his state. So I'm not exactly sure who that was directed at. In fact, I've been in a war. So.
Well, I got a passport. Cuba. I got a passport and dual citizenship. So yeah, I don't know who we.
Well, I'm a member of the Naval Officers Corps. Absolutely no way I will come on this channel and discuss military operations, plan of action. Nothing like that for y'all niggas. You crazy?
Well, this is again where we don't want to belabor it. We don't want to go down a rabbit hole, but this is all information that was clearly talked about in the Wall Street Journal. This is current topics, right? This is current events. So we're not talking about any special, right, capabilities, tactics, anything like that. So with that, we'll go ahead and start. Corey.
Do you agree with Alex Jones? Let me get right to that. Do you agree with Alex Jones, Mr. James?
Come on, man. Seriously?
Yeah.
No.
Okay. Just checking.
Do you agree with Trump?
Let's not get into the Trump argument. Go ahead, play the video. We're playing the video real quick.
Was the response from the far-right conspiracy theory-pushing media personality Alex Jones last night when he found out that he and his company owed million in damages for the impact of the conspiracy theory that he pushed that Sandy Hook was somehow faked.
We are so broke that I'm not even worried about that $4.2 million. I'm worried about our bankruptcy to emergency stabilize InfoWars, and we have a plan. But to do that, we need support. So get a t-shirt, get a book, get a film, get my new book, The Great Reset and the War for the World, get Alex's War, get Body's Ultimate Turmeric Formula, get Vitamin Mineral Fusion, get them all at InfoWarsStore.com and keep us on the air.
That was last night. Alex Jones
Let's pause it right there, Brendan,
off the 4.1
because I want to make a point. Yeah, so he just got out of court, right? This is before he got the 45. I think he was just hit with the $4 million lawsuit at first, right? And he goes right back to his audience to do what? To sell them more snake oil. You know what I'm saying? Oh, we ain't worrying about the 4 million, right? But what we worrying about is the bankruptcy, because we bankrupt, so we need your help. And now he worth $250 million. The man worth $250 million now, and now he's still going to sell more snake oil. He can't stop selling the snake oil. But go ahead.
$1 million ruling against him and his company, claiming he's broke, that the company's bankrupt, saying he needs you to buy his diet pills and his T-shirts or he's going to go under. For nearly a decade, Alex Jones pushed a conspiracy theory that the 2012 Sandy Hook massacre was fake. 26 people died, 20 of them first graders. I was there hours after the massacre. I can tell you personally, it was incredibly real. I saw parents before and after they learned of the murder of their children. That $4.1 million last night was part of the damages Jones is now facing for pushing such a disgusting lie. And tonight, Alex Jones' tab got even higher. That same jury in Texas handed Jones another $45.2 million penalty. Yesterday's ruling was on compensatory damages, how much cash Jones owes to the parents of a Sandy Hook victim for the psychological torment and harassment that the conspiracy theory he pushed caused them. Today's ruling was punitive.
Yeah, pause it right there too, Brendan. So like this child got protesters. He can't go out in public no more. The family got death threats and everything coming to him because they was a victim at a school shooting. And this dude making millions of dollars off of lying and saying that they're crisis actors. It's crazy, man. Like this is it, like I said, you may say the snake oil salesman is harmless, right? He's not hurting anybody. He's not a drug dealer. He's not a gangbanger. Dr. Sebi was not a harmful person. He was a caring old man who just wanted to do things for people, right? But it's dangerous, it's deadly, and it's harmful. But go ahead, keep going.
Those same parents as punishment for spreading that conspiracy. And Jones' tab here is cumulative. So all in all, that means about $49 million total. Now, as much as it would be nice to bookend this, to say the ruling's going to definitely teach Mr. Jones his lesson, and there's no way Jones and his companies could pay the $49 million bucks, it's more complicated than that. First of all, if there's one thing we've learned watching this trial, it is that Alex Jones lies a lot. So while his TV network InfoWars has become essentially a fundraising marathon, asking viewers to send them cryptocurrency or sign up for monthly payments or buy their fluoride-free toothpaste, we actually don't have a transparent picture of Jones or his business finances. Other than taking their word for it, we got no way of knowing if that company's actually broke. The other complicating factor is that there is a Texas law that caps punitive judgments. So it isn't exactly clear if that big $49 million judgment will actually be the amount taken out of Jones's bank account. But that big dollar amount still does send a message. It sends a message to Alex Jones and to people like Alex Jones across the country who push dangerous conspiracy theories for profit, that they can and will be held accountable. And this is just the first of 3 damages cases about Sandy Hook that Alex Jones is facing. So whether or not he's actually broke now, he might be soon. Joining us now is Anna Merlin, senior staff writer at Vice, who's been following this trial incredibly closely. Anna, thank you so much for joining us tonight. Let's first talk about this cap. The $44.2 million in punitive damages is eye-popping, especially on top of yesterday's $4.1 million in compensatory damages. But there's a Texas state law that caps punitive damages at twice what the compensatory damages were, plus $750,000. So is Alex Jones going to owe $48 million or $9 million after that cap is taken into account? How do they figure that out?
Right. This is the big topic of discussion today. It's very likely that this case is going to go to the Texas Supreme Court. This is what the plaintiff.
Now, I just wanted to put something in, add some color to this, right? Keep in mind, Alex Jones will be funded by the NRA, right? This is one of the largest lobbying organizations in the U.S., right? Largest and most powerful, right? And how they were directly funding him, right, Alex Jones, is that they were purchasing, the NRA was purchasing advertisements to actually to run on the InfoWars network, right? Advertising the NRA TV, right? So those are dollars being transferred directly from the NRA, right, into Alex Jones's pocket, right? And we're on here talking about, okay, well, can he afford it? Really.
Yeah. And I just want to say something about what that last segment, with the lady was just talking about. So there's been a big push forever since the 80s, since Reagan, for tort reform. And basically what tort reform does is it takes the power out of the jury on when in a lawsuit. So Alex Jones lost $45 million, but there's a cap because Texas is high on tort reform. Texas can knock that down because they made a cap to only $9 million. So the jury used to be able to reward whatever they thought the victims should get. So they could have awarded them $80 million. But see, they don't want that in the power of the people. They want it in the power of so in other words, if you get a malpractice against a doctor who did something and your kids suddenly can't function and you got to take care of them. Well, instead of you can sue the malpractice, you can sue the doctor and get malpractice, but it's going to be considerably less. So then who has to pay for it? The taxpayer has to pay for it. It ends up to take care of that kid for life if it's some kind of injury like that. So I just wanted to throw that out there that because I just saw the way that she said it's going to be knocked down to $9 million. That's totally tort reform. And the way they got that through is, remember the old lady who spilled the hot coffee on her lap in McDonald's and she won a huge lawsuit. They used her as, well, look, she spilled coffee on her lap and McDonald's has to pay all this money. Well, what they didn't tell you is McDonald's knew that their coffee was scalding hot for months because there was complaint after complaint that it was way over the temperature that it should be. And that's why they lost the lawsuit, not just because some lady accidentally spilled coffee on her lap. But anyway.
Right, they showed negligence, definitely. Yeah, go ahead.
I think Alex Jones is a paranoid schizophrenic and a genius, but I think he really believes it. You know what I'm saying? And I think the more pushback he got, the more he believed he was on the right track. You know what I'm saying? But when you hear him speak, he sounds like he talks 100 miles an hour, bro. He locked in. You know what I mean? But
yeah, but when the court case came, I think he's just a compulsive liar because he knew that he was lying. You know what I'm saying? When you listen to some of the things that he said in court, he actually knew he was lying, or whatever. But go ahead, you can play some of what she's saying. I just wanted to get some expert opinion on, what was going on. But go ahead, Brenda, you can play it.
Said this afternoon when the ruling was completed, and it's certainly, I think, also what Alex Jones and his lawyers are expecting. They've already objected to the filing of the judgment. So at this point, it is anybody's guess how much Alex Jones and InfoWars parent company, Free Speech Systems, actually end up owing. There's another complicating factor here too, which is that in the middle of this trial, Free Speech Systems also filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy protection. So there is a real financial mess going on right now as far as what will actually end up being owed.
And there are two financial messes, right? There's the what does he owe as a result of these judgments, and the other one is, as you said, his personal wealth and his companies and the bankruptcy. And the judge admonished him for talking about that because filing for bankruptcy is not the same as actually having bankruptcy protection. Do you have some sense of the picture of Alex Jones's wealth and his companies and what it looks like?
Well, we got a very good picture today in testimony from a forensic economist who testified before the jury went to deliberations. So this was all made very complicated by the fact that Jones and InfoWars did not provide basic financial information in these lawsuits that he's facing in Texas and Connecticut, which is part of what caused him and the company to lose those cases by default. This is why these were damages trials and not actual trials to determine culpability. So, that was part of the issue. But this forensic economist testifying today said that what we think is that the company probably has a net worth of about $130 million on the low end and $270 million on the high end. There have been points in the company's history where Alex Jones is paying himself a salary of about $6 million a year. And this is without taking into account all of his income streams. So we know that InfoWars makes a lot of money from a store that sells supplements, movies, books, other products. But we also know that Jones is making money off of sites like Amazon. And so it is really difficult to get a full financial picture of exactly what he has and exactly where it is, especially with a pretty concerted lack of cooperation from the company.
Does this get better by virtue of the fact that this is just the first of 3 damages cases against Alex Jones by family members of Sandy Hook victims? What do the other 2 cases look like, and can they do more or go further than this one has in trying to get to the bottom of Alex Jones's money and where it is?
Yeah, that's a great question. And unfortunately, it's another sort of murky question right now. So there is another case set to begin in Texas in September. That is Lenny Posner and Veronique De La Rosa. And then 8 other plaintiffs are supposed to be, beginning their trial in Connecticut also in September. But with the bankruptcy filing by Free Speech Systems, it's very unclear what's going to happen in those cases, when they might happen. Jury selection was supposed to begin in the Connecticut case recently, and it obviously did not. So I would think that if these cases do actually end up in a courtroom, that will be a big focus on the part of these attorneys, is trying to create some transparency about where Alex Jones's money is, and to, really examine these claims that he's made repeatedly during the trial, in the courtroom and on air on InfoWars, that he's broke, that he's personally insolvent, that the company is going to have to start laying people off and canceling shows. He's made very specific claims that I think will be subject to examination.
Well, make a trip over there to the Cayman Islands. I'm sure you'll find most of it, right?
Definitely, yeah. I just wanted to get the basics of that. I mean, you can play more if you want, but that was basically, I wanted to, show, how much money this guy is making, all the different streams of income that he got, basically where the case is, and how the future cases is gonna affect, what precedents these cases may or may not be able to set for any other snake oil salesmen and misinformers out there.
Accountability. I think it's going to start holding people accountable for what the hell you say out your mouth. And I think we actually already had stuff in place Like for instance, you actually can't. You hold on. In America we have a right to free speech, right? But there's a clause to that, and the clause is you cannot go into a crowded movie theater and howl out fire. That you're infringing on other people. You know what I'm saying? Like, so although you have a right to freedom of speech, you don't have a right to say that. And I don't think you have a right to put out just harmful misinformation, yo. That's the same for me as a person saying fire. You get my point?
Yeah, is exactly.
That's why you got to be careful who you call broke. You gotta be.
What? Come on, James. What are you talking about, James?
Yeah, you gotta stay in the rails.
All right, my fault.
In the rails.
And just to cover our flank here, right? Staying on our topic of the military, right? Here's our disclaimer. So I found my slide with the disclaimer. Of course, this is a Sunday night at the movies with the pseudo killers, right? Everything we're doing, right, is covered under fair use, right? It's just criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, and scholarship, right? But even though scholarship is a strong word for what we do, right?
Definitely.
Yeah.
Definitely.
And to double on what Unc was saying, there's things called slander and libel. And that is, I was, again, people here that followed Alex Jones, they were saying free speech, free speech. I said, you can't. Yeah. I said, but what about libel? And what about slander? And that's totally, basically, he was saying this lady who lost a 6-year-old son and the dad, but the lady was a crisis actor. So then there were a bunch of people going outside her house because they thought she was a crisis actor. And that's where she was sued. That's what she was suing about. Libel, I believe, in that case, but amongst other things.
Yeah, and they got other kids and shit too. You know what I'm saying? Which is crazy.
And I'm surprised you didn't. The funniest thing on that trial was when the defense lawyers of Alex Jones accidentally sent the link to all his phone texts that he said he didn't have. I thought that was hilarious. I'm like,
yeah, and that's going to be interesting in terms of the
January
6th committee. Yeah, because he had a lot to do with that. So I think that's going to be very, very interesting. And his lawyers was very, very incompetent and not, because they gave him a chance to say that was privilege, and they didn't even respond. So, and then they're gonna go ahead and turn that in.
And so that he lied under oath. And I think Alex Jones is so used to spinning and lying that he's awful in court because he tries to make it like his show. And the thing is, I'm agreeing with you, and this guy's dangerous. And I used to just push it off as, oh, these are crazy kooks. But the fact that you have them, QAnon, and now you have these Christian nationalists starting to push their agenda, it's really getting where we have to pay attention. And that's why I'm glad, like, you run a show like this, where hopefully this word can get out to all people.
Yeah, because I mean, it's an American problem. It's not, as we can see, it's not a white community thing. It's not a black community thing. You know, it's an American thing. So we got to get a hold of that.
That
Go
court
ahead.
case, was that Supreme Court?
No, that was a trial, lawsuit case there. Yeah, he got 2 more. I think they're gonna end up doing something. I think because they mentioned something about the Supreme Court there. I can't really remember what they said about it, but yeah, some of this might reach that level, definitely.
If I was a lawyer, I would actually call it the it's a fire in the movie clause, goddammit. So we, based off of immunology and based off of virology and based off of the disease theory, right? We clearly understand how some diseases are caused. Some are caused by bad eating, and then some are caused by pathogens, you know, AE viruses and bacteria, right? We know this. How do we know this? Because there's a thing called modern medicine at Johns Hopkins and all major hospitals, Cleveland Medical Clinic, which is a very large one. Shout out to Chill, right? We understand these things. Based off of us understanding these things, you should not be able to say that a vaccine doesn't do this and it doesn't do that. You shouldn't be able to say that because it's not true. No more than it's a damn fire in the movies when you holler out fire. How many black people, because now this is where I'm at. How many black people lost their lives based off of these quacks in our community telling them bad information? We know that vitamin C and vegetables will not stop a pathogen. We know this. This is the same. This is equivalent to howling fire in a crowded damn movies. If I can see this, somebody else needs to see this. Has nothing to do with infringing on your damn rights. If a human being jumps out on 95 or 85 or 285 or 83 and a car moving at 60 miles an hour, right? You're not going to be able to run and make it across that. And if you get hit, the possibilities of you getting killed are very, very high. You can't tell a person that, yeah, if you walk across there, the car's going to disappear through you. This is equivalent to yelling fire in a crowded movies. This is not even up for debate. This is not one of those things. Now, do you have a right not to take the vaccine? I'm sure you do have that right, but that's not what I'm saying. We're talking about the wrong, blatant lies against the disease theory and against pathogens that will cause certain disease. That's what I'm saying, bro. That's my whole point. I don't get it. I personally, right, and just out of respect for their families, know people that debated me live on air. I'm not even going to bring it to you, that died. I'm going to say this real slow. I personally know people that argue me down about vaccines and died from coronavirus. Based off my humanity and the caring, right, for Black families, I won't mention their damn names, but they was crazy as hell and lost their life. We call it they committed pseudocide. I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, that's real. And I always say it. Your beliefs, right? What your neighbor believes, what you believe, right? Directly affects one another because you act on your beliefs, right? And if somebody's telling you that the people down at the border is coming to rape your daughter and take your job, right? That'll have you going up in the school and shooting up people. That'll have you doing crazy shit, right? That'll have you out here being racist towards Mexicans and shit like that.
A mask,
yeah,
he would not be infected.
See.
Yeah, and so not adhering to everyday universal precautions. My wife, she's in the medical field, and they call that universal precautions, right? Those are wearing a mask is a basic universal precaution. Basic, right? This is a basic thing that they do in the medical field, right? To keep the levels, to not to stop, right? To mitigate.
And remember, guys, keep in mind, right? This conversation could, it could potentially get us strikes as well. So we have to be very careful.
Yeah.
In terms of this, so I think we should just leave it there, right, for this particular conversation, because we don't want to go down that rabbit hole, right? Because even explaining things like this the proper way, you can end up spreading misinformation inadvertently, right? So we'll just rely on the experts there, and we're just gonna leave that piece alone.
Yeah, that's a good idea, bro. That's a good idea. So yeah, but we definitely wanted to highlight, the harms and of misinformation, and to let people know that you're gonna be held accountable. And I just wanted to highlight another point that I made earlier, man. Like in this Black community, you hear a lot of the or in the conscious community rather, you hear a lot of the white man this and the white man that, but it's the same rhetoric, the separatists, everything that the separatists in the white community say, they say in the conscious community, right? They say in the Black community. They say the same exact things that the separatists in the white community say. So it's not. It's like a I don't know, an oxymoron type shit. You saying you hate the white man, or the white man is the devil, but at the same time you using all of the same rhetoric. It makes no sense to me, man. It's crazy. It's laughable to me. It's laughable.
And you know what's the interesting thing, about the whole Alex Jones situation, right? And it sort of correlates to what we see in our community with the rise of the pseudo sophisticates, if we can use that term, right? And we see them teaming up, right, with people who are sort of emerging as media powers themselves, right? We won't go into any specific names today, right? But that's what we're seeing, right, across the community now, right? These people in our community getting bigger, they're getting larger audiences, they're getting they're teaming up with media organizations outside of social media, right, and doing these things. So I think it's very important. Like, for instance, we're talking about Alex Jones, to be able to look at what are some, so that we know what we're seeing, right? When you can notice it, right? Okay, well, the selling of the snake oil, like Corey, what you talk about, right? Alex Jones had this side business selling all of his supplements, right? The multiple channels all feeding misinformation, right? The different conspiracy theories, right? Mixing health in with politics and all these different things, right? So when we know that no one can be, one person can be an expert in all of these fields, or be informed in all these different areas at once. So I think, being cognizant of this archetype, right? Seeing this behavior, right? I think this is good in arming our community against that.
Yeah, but noticing those red flag signals, you know what I'm saying? Definitely is definitely important. You know what I mean? I think that's a good point. And it is becoming more prevalent, right? The misinformation, because now you see these people on the Breakfast Club, and the Breakfast Club is a major Black platform. I mean, they have guests like Kamala Harris and Barack Obama and all of these people. You know
Joe
what I mean? Every presidential candidate
Joe Biden
makes an appearance on there. Joe
Right,
Biden,
right.
yeah, like I said, every presidential candidate makes an appearance. You had even Bernie Sanders and what was her name? I forgot the other lady's name, but she went on there too. But so it's a big.
And what's crazy, Corey, you would having a perfectly sane conversation about business and economic uplift in the Black community, and then segue into talking about selling gold, water, and colonial silver. Right?
Yeah, definitely.
The craziest things, right? And that's why it's very dangerous, right? And these people that are sort of emerging, that are partnering with these, what we call these pseudos, right? They have to be careful with that, right? Because what they're seeing dollars, right? Of course, we know money being the lifeblood of an economy. They're smelling the blood, right? That's what they want. They want those dollars, right? So, but they have to be careful, right? Not to be greedy, right? And not care, turn a blind eye to who they partner with, right? Especially, people who are using these large platforms that are partnering with all these people. So we have to hold those people accountable as well when they do that.
Yeah, definitely.
Actually, we're not in a position to hold anybody accountable. Not with 2,000 views. You're not holding anybody accountable. They're looking at you and they're fucking ignoring you. See, this one, everybody that's in the chat matters. See, you've always fucking mattered. Now y'all gonna have to get behind us to support our new effort to make shit crystal clear around here, to make the show better, something you can actually be proud of. This level ain't it no more, yo. The fucking minor leagues, yo. We won the championship in the fucking minor leagues. All right? You glory, goddammit, whatever. It's nothing. That's you know what I'm saying now? I know I personally have debated people that's on the world stage, anti-vax and all that, but how far did that fly? Not far. They all ignored that victory. Right. The only way we're going to be felt if we get our viewership up. If y'all is in the chat, right, help support and share the damn message. You be proud to share the damn message. That's the only way this is going to work. Because they mixing the finances with the crystal magic. This is what's happening. Pseudos, right, that we all seen and know have been elevated. Now the message to the African, we seen those leaps, right? We seen people leap from here to there. And we seen those with the proper conversation get fucking ignored. Where's the Neil deGrasse Tysons on certain shows? Where's that guy at? To talk about, he's not there. People, see, that's like saying, well, if I'm a Christian, I'm gonna have Christians on. If I'm a pseudo, I'm gonna have pseudos on. These people, these big platforms are actually pseudos. And I'm gonna tell you how they pseudos and how they became that. This is a fight against Christianity, y'all. Yeah, see, you fight against Christianity and you end up in a space where there's no rules or regulations at all. Where you just make this trip as you go. You Alex Jones a motherfucker to death. This is what they're doing to your mind. They're taking advantage of a fundamental thing that helped the evolutionary process. This is a fundamental thing that happens to Homo sapiens sapien. The brain, right? It has evolved to believe, and they're co-opting that. So when you think you're getting out of Christianity, right? You're actually jumping into a deeper rabbit hole of Alex Jones and them, of Madame Blavatsky. What's that other person named? Cosmic Corey and Brenda. What's the other person name? I talk about Madame Blavatsky. Y'all named her teacher. Who was that?
Oh, we're talking about Cornelius Agrippa, right? With some of the first Hermetics, right? That put that, that mixed the philosophy dealing with astronomy, numerology, Kabbalah, and natural magic, right? Those are some of the very, very early pseudos, right? That developed those trains of thought. And when we talk about those, how many of those disciplines that you see in the conscious community, right? You see a lot of them.
Y'all think I'm lying? Y'all don't make me bring a new biologist on the show.
The foundation of the new age, right?
Don't make me do it. Don't make me bring them on and let them rock out and read y'all shit and have y'all think, oh damn, I'm gonna do it. Lethal with it.
That list. Where did you get that list at? I liked that list.
Oh, that's on that's on Wikipedia.
Oh, that was Wikipedia. Okay, I forgot.
Charlatans. So
yeah.
This is what this is. Now, either we're gonna do it together, we either gonna win together, we're gonna lose together. I don't like fucking losing. But arguing with the people I've been arguing with, them days is over with for me. I can't do it. I've moved up in class, right? Never got because the community was so fucking pseudo. They booed me and threw tomatoes at me when I had real conversations with the top-notch anti-vaxxers. They booed me. Overwhelmed, right? No support on that. Think about that. But I'm good with that. But I'm saying like I'm always being around brothers and sisters that's very progressive in their thinking. Look around. Everybody has a great attribute. Take a look around you. Those attributes that we're going to need to move this shit forward. This is what we doing now. Y'all either with it or you not. You know what I'm saying? Like, it is what it is. Like, I'm saying, like, you see, why you think this is not important? I've been seeing it because your babies are on TikTok and spreading this misinformation and hearing it. See, TikTok is another whole world. Your children are coming home saying this crazy stuff. Can you combat that? Are you ready for that? Or are you attributing to the delinquency of a minor with that crazy information? What side of the platform you gonna stand on? See, I got the ear because I was in the call. I hear it. It can't trick me. But do you have the ear? Do you have the heart to stand up against the threat that's official in our community? How do I know it's a threat? Alex Jones. He's a threat in the white community. If you think they weren't about black people on that, they was really focused on the white people that was getting haggled and acting like they didn't die and all that. There wasn't a whole thing full of black people. Might have been something involved. I don't want to leave none of it out, but I'm trying to let you know that there are measures that are being taken place to protect communities. Will we be protected? Because last time I checked, our vaccination rates were low. You got James on here right now talking about the mask is the best protection. That's James. He's a fucking air pilot. He can't even determine the difference. No matter how much you tell him, James, the source you brought us clearly says that we will evaluate the vaccine, the mask, based off of the rate of being vaccinated. We all know what that means. Meaning, if you have high vaccine rates in a certain community, then masks aren't as important. Right? Like, and we know how to put that together. But James will argue down right now. Hey, James, go ahead and tell him, James. Tell him that the mask is definitely better. No, I ain't gonna let you do that.
We don't want to strike.
We don't want to strike, but you definitely would say that, James. You prove the point, James.
You don't want to talk about that because I'm talking about masks and you're talking about the vaccine as it relates to masks. I asked the question, do you think Biden would have not gotten infected again if he had a mask on? You didn't want to answer that. But the fact is this. What I showed you was a list of the epidemiologists, the virologists.
Again, we're getting into a segment of this that we shouldn't be talking about, right? Because what we don't want to do is get the channel flagged again, right? So let's not have this conversation.
I'm not talking about that anymore. But I'm with you. I'm with you on stepping up the game, though. For instance, do you think, dealing with niche subjects, like all through the community, they're talking about this Christian, Judaism, Islam, and all of that. But when you deal with how do you respond, like what Brendan said, we got to hold people accountable. How do you hold them accountable for things like this? Even with this Exodus story, when they wipe this blood over the door, this is going to relate to your previous program. And then they render the Egyptians no heirs are remaining. What does it mean in legal terms in their minds when God kills all of the firstborn? That means you have no heirs. That means they can do whatever they want to you and your land.
Hey, I don't know what the hell.
The hell is he?
Are you still on the pseudo killer show, or did you jump on?
Nigga crazy.
Yeah.
I don't think we get a strike for beating them up about mass.
That's why I made that rule, Chef, and we can only have one James at a time.
One James at a time.
One James and one and Reggie definitely can't be on the platform with neither one of them because it's too much. James, you's a cool brother but I don't know what the hell you be talking about. You lose me every time, and you sound very intelligent. So whatever you be saying, I know that shit deep as hell, and I always miss it. So I'm gonna apologize because this nigga sound like James Earl Jones or somebody when he get to talking. And it's like, yo, I don't know what the hell. What the hell did you just say, Jay? You said the Egyptians lost their heirs and they didn't look in the mirror. What? Oh my God!
Don't do it, Chef. Don't
How
do
you
it.
tie that? How you tie that to Alex Jones? Right? That you're a bad boy if you can tie
Alex
that
Jones,
to
you
Alex
know,
Jones.
asked me a question. Now you create your own situation. You don't want a situation.
Go ahead, tell him, Jay. Tell him
you
what
want to play
happened.
tag with me? You want to joust with me? Come on. Hear me now, but listen to it later. That's what y'all gonna have to do.
Your name is James. I'm gonna call you James Jones, nigga. James Jones.
Listen, I know it's not an aptitude problem. Language is not an indicator of intelligence. I ain't worried about y'all and y'all misunderstanding right now. You'll understand what I'm talking about. But if you put it together right now, you know what I'm talking about. But if you just jump and say, I don't know what you're talking about, that means you weren't listening. You didn't listen to what I asked me, and you didn't listen to how I responded. That's all it means.
I get it. All right. Now, I understood that. You basically saying niggas ain't listening.
Segment. Hey, Brendan, is we done with this segment because we had another segment.
Yeah, we need Unc to
It's on you. I think this is Unc. We passing the ball to Unc.
Yeah.
Listen, I just want to say
ready
one
for
thing
the battle between Sheffrin and Unc. Go ahead.
Before you end this segment, is that what we all need to realize is that these Alex Jones and these pseudos and these people are seeping into politicians now. And these politicians are getting elected with these crazy ideas. So it's really getting a little scary because these are becoming mainstream. The pseudo is becoming mainstream, and the politicians are getting elected with these crazy ideas. And
that's their voter base. You know, they know that they voter base are QAnon conspiracy theorists, right? So they try to play footsie. You know, a lot of them,
election
they play
denying
footsie
and
with
all
those.
that.
Yep. So, and that's a big thing. If you're an election denier, that's a plus in the Republican Party. If you say that the election was fair, you might as well cancel Christmas. You're not getting elected in the Republican primaries, right? So. Or nominated, rather, in the Republican primaries. So, yeah, that's a good point, man. Like you say, the old girl, we talked about her early, Brendan Green, Marjorie Taylor Greene, was harassing one of the
Parkland School, right? The Parkland School
Parkland
victims.
School guys. Yeah, victims. And I think that had been long enough ago that this kid had grown up a little bit, rather. And And yes, he was going down to visit Congress for some reason, right? I think to support some legislation that they were trying to get passed. And yeah, she totally harassed him with a gun on her hip, talking about how he's a fake and a crisis actor. And she's an elected official, a state representative, a congresswoman, right? And she's spewing some of the same rhetoric that Alex Jones was spewing. So hopefully this set precedents to hold people like her accountable for things like that too, for actions like that too, you know.
I'm in the epicenter in Arizona, and the Democrats are running known racists, you know. So it ain't easy out here. But I just wanted to respond to Anki made a passionate speech about stepping up the game, and I think we didn't respond to that properly. That's what I was saying. If Chef didn't understand, I was saying if we attack information that the conscious community doesn't and create a niche, because some of this information is pseudo. The Jews, their laws say that you have no heirs, you have no rights to your land. And they justify it by the Passover dealing with God killing your firstborn, which is the heirs in their law. Anyway, it may seep in your Brainhauser group eventually, but what I'm saying is valid. We do have to step up the game. Essentially, I'm agreeing with my man Unc. That's forward thinking is a necessary thing when you look to step up your game. Point blank.
Well, I can agree. The whole Egyptian thing went over my head, right? I'm gonna admit that off the top, right? But definitely, I can agree with everything you said as far as the forward thinking, right?
I got you.
So, you know what? The reason we are going to win, because we only have to get a certain percentage. It's a big world out there. And, you know, I know me, I'm going to speak for myself. Okay. And in speaking for myself, I'm not leaving nobody out. But I can only tell you what was going through my little head as I got out of that cult. Nuwapo. I can tell you what was in my head when the question was asked. What made me just, it was instant. It was will you trust your kids upon the land with Malachi York? No. Before that, there was a conversation. You know me, I like to debate. Well, you know, and the mother of my children. Will you trust? Oh, hell no. Like, but the light doesn't click for everybody like that. From that moment going forward, I understood what my mission was. And I knew I couldn't do it by myself. I fought against the misinformation. And as more people came around that made sense, that I could hear, I'm gonna fuck with them. But even that wasn't enough. The whole mission at the whole time was always getting to this point right here where we at. This is it right here. This is the elite. When I say elite, I mean like have the ability to say, I ain't believing that shit.
To change
and
gears.
You can't fake me with the Christianity part. Ain't gonna get me. You can't get me with the African part. That ain't do. I ain't got no. That shit don't soften me up. This is what you need, that, because now we in that phase now where that shit can't soften you up. Did that nigga lie? He lied. Yeah, he lied. You got to be able to say it. Because if you're not able to say it, then they will exploit that part of you. People around me try to exploit me with Africa. The heartstrings. Tried to take advantage of that, and the whole way trying to promote pseudoisms right under my goddamn nose.
Right.
And thought I wasn't smart enough for sure. I see you. Remember that? I see you. I said it all the time. I see you. But I had to wait till I had enough strong people and enough strong followers to say, you know what? Go kick rocks. Because there's a bigger mission. And everybody supporting this channel know what the mission is now. Crystal clear quality, chef, right? Working on my studio setup. Brendan, he's taking the lead, making sure he's got that. Everybody, like, we locked in. Kent we locked in. Sosa, yeah, we locked in for this ride. And if you're on the pseudo killers and you pseudo, you're getting kicked the fuck off. Like, we ain't even wasting time with that. All that crazy shit, we ain't doing that. We don't got time for that. Because now they in our grandmother's house with that bullshit. I'd rather my grandmother just stay a Christian, yo, than run around frivolously in the middle of nowhere getting her money taken by charlatans. Think about what I'm saying. For me to say that, I'd rather black people at least have a guidebook. They can pick the motherfucker up and say, yeah, in the beginning, God created heavens and earth. Then I'm up, run to a crazy quack with no guardrails. At least the Bible is a guardrail, and you got to have enough gump to make up a whole new scenario within that guardrail. It's still in the guardrail. Think about that. Think about the guardrails being taken completely off and you having no scientific literacy. What do we have? We have bona fide, dedicated pseudos is what you get. So let's run that question right here. Let's see where y'all at in y'all scientific literacy. Let's see where y'all at. So here's the question to the audience. I want you to put 1 in the chat room. 1 in the chat room if you understand, if you agree. Right? No, 1, I agree, 2, you don't agree. Here's the question that got us all up in arms. Does the sun orbit the earth? 1, if it does, and 2, if it does not. We're going to give y'all time to put them in there, right? There's consequences to your answers, right? Don't fuck it up. I ain't trying to trick you. Just ask the daggone question. 1 in the chat room, if the sun orbits the earth. 2, no, it don't. The earth orbits the sun. 2 choices, 1, 2. Let's see where y'all at. Next, so see, we getting into some learning now. It was a great conversation for the pseudo killers. We had the good one. Chef did his thing, right? Vance did his thing. Corey come in with his thing. Brendan do. We all waded in. It was funny. It was a good one. It was a real good one, yo. Now,
and it was a very interesting exercise, right? In terms of when you think about science being counterintuitive, we always talk about that, right? And what do you do in light of new information, right? So what decisions and how do you actually answer questions, right? This was a really good exercise that we went through in light of new information within the pseudo killers. How did we respond? So we figure that this is a really good exercise to bring to the audience as well. And I think this is a really good question, right?
We got the votes coming in.
Brian Chandler, right. you've been put on the big screen.
Uh-oh.
You got some answering to do. This nigga type 1. Brian Chandler, you on the big screen.
Let's see if he can explain this one, right? We got 1 jumped out of the window, right? We got no holds barred. He jumped out too. Right?
Yeah, no holds barred. Let me see. Here we go.
Okay.
You put 11.
But we're getting the answer
11
that
is
we
2 though. 11 is 2.
Oh, okay.
1 plus 1 is 2. So he think he tripped. He think he slick.
Okay.
He said mistake. See, y'all ran him off.
Right?
Nah, he made a mistake. Okay, so you went with the 2.
Right? We're getting the response that you would normally think, right? You know, we sort of, the chat is kind of consistent, right?
Y'all go with Copernicus.
Right?
So we know Copernicus overthrew.
Good old Copernicus,
model,
right?
It's called the heliocentric model. Copernicus. Yeah. Because humans are earthlings. We earth-centric. We actually, the earth goes around something. We was like that, and they switched that, right? So let's see. We got 105 people watching. Rebel, the sound 2, you got a 1. Boy, you should get the link and explain that. See, don't say it if you can't explain it. Don't say one if you don't know what the hell you're talking about. Don't you do it, because then you're crazy.
Exactly.
Because there's some things you're going to have to know here, right? You're going to have to understand the Doppler effect, which occurs with sound and light. You're going to have to understand the red radiation, which is called the red shift, right? You're going to have to understand the blue shift, right? The red shift is actually showing the expanding of light. The blue shift is showing light being contracted, right? So when something's in blue shift, it's actually moving towards you. Something's in red shift, it's moving away from you. Just like the Doppler effect. You've heard Corey say, we've heard me say it before. When a race car comes towards you,
it stretch out when they go past
you. And it expands when it goes away from you. That's it. These are the things you have to understand and know this damn conversation right here. See, this one of them pseudo killer topics right here. See, I'm bringing this up so a person cannot attack you and fuck it up with the pseudoisms, because that's what they do. They attack your ignorance in science. They attack your understanding of new available information. They attack the detail. Really, the answer is a detailing of a situation that we know.
It's in the minutia. The answer is in the minutia. Go ahead, though. You cooking, baby. Go ahead.
So this is where we at. This is the shit we do, right? We ain't playing with the dogons. See, we ain't doing that. The discussion should be right here. See, we know about understanding the red shift, the Doppler effect, right? The Hubble telescope. That whole doggone shit is mythology. Simple. The whole Fukuyama and the planets being formed and understanding it. Hey, mythology, African people mythology, and people that we know, right? Taking it and actually pseudorizing it, making them know something that they wouldn't even have known. So where we at? Y'all ready for the answer?
Hold on, James is a pilot, been a pilot since the 80s. James, if anybody should know this, I would think it would be somebody who's trained in aeronautics and all of that shit, right? Like it seemed like his.
Well, you would think that,
huh?
I said you would think that, but I mean, little Hebraic law about heredity and what inheritance. You guys act like you don't know.
What the fuck?
You want me to know? But
never
you want
mind.
me to know.
Never mind. Go back on mute. You about to fuck up the.
Right.
I thought you would think
with James has a very intimate relationship with gravity based on his expertise, right? So we're really interested in what your take, or would you be on the one side or on the two side?
Because if he get it wrong, look. Right? If he get it wrong, we should all feel
a long soliloquy, right? Which side of the argument would you be on? How would you answer?
Two.
Okay.
See?
Now
this is an expert. Okay. This is an expert motherfucking pilot, right? He can take shit off and land it. He can take shit off and put it back down. So he understand all kind of shit. Gotta be smartest guy on the panel if you really think about it.
But he's not an astrophysicist, right? Yeah. So that's that cross domain expertise violation that we talk about, right?
So so listen.
Absolutely.
So this is absolutely pseudo killers at the movies, right? So Brendan,
I was going to ask you, do you have the video?
I got the actual clip. So what we're going to do is
send it to me. I'll tee it up.
Yeah, so I'm going to give this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to send it. Hold on. Wait a minute. Hold on. Damn it.
The way that clip though doesn't give the
don't worry detailed
conversation that we had.
No, we're gonna have that conversation. We're gonna have that conversation we had, and then we're gonna rely on the experts, right? And you gotta have.
I need Sean over here,
huh?
Because I think this is a failure to appeal to authority. I think this is exactly what he was talking about.
Well, appeal to
Go ahead.
All right, I
That's a good.
sent it to
That's
you.
good.
I sent it to
That's
you,
fair.
Ben.
That's fair.
Yeah,
Chef.
it's
That's fair.
definitely for me, whether it's right or it's wrong, I feel like we are appealing to authority in the worst way because we haven't found this nowhere else but right here. And I looked up and down on the
I know
goddamn
you did.
internet.
And that proves my point. You know what I'm saying? Like, you have to be able to go farther than Wikipedia at a certain point.
I went further than Wikipedia.
Huh?
I went further than Wikipedia.
Okay. So let me give y'all the answer. Let me give you the answer and let the games begin. Right? The answer is actually, right, and I'm gonna give the explanation because just giving the answer, right, is not fair. So the answer is the sun does rotate around the earth. Boo, you wrong. That's what they are. You wrong. You know what you're talking about. I'm saying that's a fact. Now, why is that a fact? Well, here's the explanation. By default, the very fact that Earth actually has a certain amount of gravitational pull on the sun, it causes it to do something. What does it cause it to do? It causes it to what? Orbit around the Earth. That's the consequence of the gravitational field. Now, the sun is millions of times bigger than the Earth, right? We know that the planets evolve around, not evolve, but orbit around the sun. Why? Based off of the gravitational field. By consequence. So both of them have a relationship. The sun just has a larger, you can see it, right? Has a larger relationship with the, and you can't see the rotation of it around there. You have to measure that, but it actually happens, right? They're both orbiting each other. That's it. So Copernicus is out the door.
So no one's going to stop this man.
But
James, you stop.
And again,
go ahead, James. Don't say nothing, Corey. Go ahead, James. Go ahead, James.
No, I had a question. It was no. I didn't want to cut you. Go ahead, man.
Go ahead, James.
Continue,
Go ahead,
man.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
A red flag went up. I like that, James. You do
before we get into the experts, right? Let's get into what James said.
Anyone else? Is there anyone else going to stop this man? Then let me put it down.
Chef, you in the car with James?
I'm in the car with James, yo. Go ahead, James. I'm with you.
I did not think James was capable of a red flag alarm. I didn't think he had a red flag alarm, but he does.
Yo, you got to show me how to do it right, Corey. You got to show me how to do it correctly.
Hey, can I make a point?
Anybody gonna stop this man?
Brother Anthony. Let's get Brother Anthony's weigh in, right? I think this will be a good one as well.
Hey, Anthony, that's why you here, baby. Talk to me, baby. Talk to me, baby.
Where pseudos die, where pseudos come to die.
What it is okay. There's a center of gravity, a point of center of gravity. You know, the sun is so huge, so that center of gravity is not, the point of center of gravity is not at the center of the sun. It's farther out, in the sun. And that's what the sun and all the planets are actually, rotating around according, to the mass of the planet and the distance. But each planet has its own, pretty much its own center point of gravity with the sun. But like I said, because the sun is so large, that center of gravity is not at the center of the sun. Does that make sense?
Close but wrong explanation. Close but wrong.
All right, let me.
We talked about the whole idea about the center of mass. That's right, but that doesn't explain this phenomenon.
Exactly.
Right?
Okay. Explain clearly.
Go ahead, James.
Go ahead.
The moon faces the Earth all the time. How do you explain that? If the sun is orbiting the Earth, how does the face of the moon face the Earth all the time?
Man, stay on the conversation. It was complex enough, yo. Like,
Bang.
don't.
There's no
that's a good question. That's a good question, and I think I'm not gonna dismiss that question, but I think we want to stay more on the rails of the conversation. So if we want to go ahead and get into the video,
let's get the explanation before we ask additional questions, because the video, right? But just a moment, James. The explanation begs additional questions that you're gonna have, right?
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, let's take a look at the video, and then we'll discuss a bit further. So let me do this. Hold your question, and let's do this.
Hold your question till after the video, James. There you go. Appreciate it.
Patience, James.
Hear this. Let me know if you guys see this and hear this.
Away from you because
do you hear that?
Yes, sir.
Yep.
Yeah.
Let's start it over and go.
Away from you because the radiation gets stretched out, and red is the longer end of the spectrum, and if it goes towards you, blue is a shorter wavelength, and so it gets scrunched up. So called blue shifts or red shifts. Those are the terms astronomers use. But interestingly, within that concept, that it also flies when kids go to school. They learn the Earth orbits the sun if they went to go to a reasonable school, especially since the Copernican revolution. But of course, it's not true. It's not the Earth orbits the sun, but the sun also orbits the Earth. But the sun's orbit is much smaller than the Earth's orbit. The point is they orbit each other, because the sun is a lot heavier, 1 million times heavier than the Earth. As the Earth goes around the sun does respond. But this is the point, and this is why I figured what you were doing would never be possible, because the sun is 1 million times heavier than the Earth, and therefore, in a sense, its response to the force of gravity of the Earth pulling on it is at least 1 million times moving away from you, because the radiation gets stretched out, and red.
All right, that's it. That's the clip. That was the clip. There you have it. So you got Jeffries right there, right? And what he does, he actually searches for exoplanets, right? And it was like, there's no way you're gonna be able to find that. Like, the guy was on his way to committing suicide within his career. He wanted to, you know what I'm saying? Felt like he wasn't valuable. Felt like it's a syndrome when you feel like you shouldn't be there. I think black people go through a lot of that too. When you get a promotion, you feel like I shouldn't have this position or something. And he was basically saying the same thing, but he said he got himself together. He went through some counseling, right? You probably say he's still crazy based off what they just said, right? But in actuality, what he did was he said, I'm gonna make it. I want to find something that's important to humanity. I want to, see if there's life other places. But the first I got to do is find planets that actually will house life. And then you hear our main man right there, Lawrence Krauss, say, well, I was thinking that was going to be impossible because you could never see that effect that one of those planets would have on the sun, to the point where you even know that there was something there. See, and that's how we know the doggone couldn't have did none of that shit. Because we're talking 100 light years away, right? Or 100 million light years away. Being able to detect that type of stuff, yo. You said the best, Corey, is like a what? It's like a caterpillar walking on the leaf. How could you detect that far away?
Yeah, it's the effect that planet Earth has on our sun is something like 10 centimeters per second. And like I said, you can't even walk that slow, right? So it's impossible to even walk that slow.
Right. And during this exercise that we did, right, we knew, right, based on gravity, our understanding of gravity, that the Earth did exhibit or did exert some type of influence, right, from a gravitational perspective on the sun, right? We all sort of agreed to that. And we were talking about, okay, well, is it related to, the planets revolving around the center of gravity, and what is this? But the implications of these planets, right, exerting gravitational influence on the sun, right, is an orbit, is an elliptical orbit that it creates, right? That the sun does orbit the planets, right? And if the sun orbiting the Earth sort of blows your mind, think about simultaneously the sun orbiting all the other planets as well, right? Like Jupiter, right? Because of course Jupiter also exerts a gravitational influence on the sun. So if you could just put that in your mind, right, as all the planets sort of revolving around the sun, right, orbiting, right, because we all know that orbits are elliptical, right? So we're all talking about the same thing. All orbits are elliptical, that the sun is also revolving around all the planets simultaneously due to this gravitational influence, right? So that right, that there
and Jupiter's
alone, right.
I was gonna say, and Jupiter's is more significant because it's something like 12 meters per second. So a meter is a lot more
Get off at the
significant.
next stop. Don't get
But again, James, we said it early in the show. We didn't know if we were going to be the pseudo killers or the killer pseudos by the end of this, right? So this is what
I'll answer, Chef, just for the in the interest of entertainment. Any gravitational pull that the sun perceives from the Earth is negligible. All right. Just the fact that Jupiter has a pull on it is probably going to negate that, and it cannot be perceived as a revolution around the Earth, a rotation around the Earth, or any. The Earth, we know, has an elliptical revolution around the sun as it rotates. But that is not what's happening, vice versa. The guy who has this presentation, he is a quack and he is pseudo. Don't listen to that dude.
It's two of them. It's Jeffrey and Lawrence Cross.
I'm with
Jeffrey
James.
is the guy that did it.
Neither one of those guys are quacks.
They just proved that they was quacks.
They leading in they field, and if you listen to what they said, 10 centimeter. If you listen to 10 centimeters per second, right? For fun, like me and Brennan was playing around, and I kind of came up with my own calculation how long that would be, right? And it's probably wrong, but I through my calculations, I guessed it would take 2 billion years, right? If it was uninterrupted. But we know in 2 billion years, a lot of things can happen, right? And not only that, Earth had already been through a collision course with Thea, right? Already. So I would go as far as to say it's never happened, right? And it never will happen that the sun will make a full orbit, right? And I may go as far as to say like that's just technically. I think he's speaking technically it's orbiting due to the fact of the gravitational pull. I don't think he was saying it does orbit. So I think we always say this when an expert is talking to another expert, we need to be very, very careful on listening in on that conversation, right? We need to be very careful of the things they say in that conversation because he's speaking. This is one expert speaking to another expert, right? So go ahead.
Yeah. Corey out his mind. They doing all conversations, like overextending their damn self. If you listen to the whole video, he puts the whole shit in complete context in what he's saying. Like, so we don't even got the experts on the experts. The podcast is actually for the layman. And the way they explain it, very, very simplistically in the way they say it. So I understand what he's saying. By consequence,
as they go in.
Yeah, they go far. I'm just saying by consequence, there's a consequence for the planet having a gravitational pull on the sun. What's the consequence? That eventually it will have to orbit the Earth. Simple for me. Okay. I'm a simple guy.
Let me tell you something.
My man's in the chat. Rebel the Sounds too. He says Krause and Geoff are far from quacks. And that's absolutely right. These are the reason why you know about an exoplanet is because of my man Geoff, right? And that's he's a leading guy in the field, right? In the so yeah, definitely.
Let me tell you something, before you run on, let me tell you something about ma'at, right?
About who?
Hold on. But before you do that, right?
Right.
We want to talk about the importance of this particular exercise, because after we went through all the information, we talked about the calculations,
I'm with you.
and all of this stuff, right? And what we did, right? The importance of it, right, ends up being, what do you do in light of new information, right? In terms of having a scientific mind, right, you have to be able to change your worldview in light of new information. So I gave Unc the example of how we do when we interview our new engineers with our corporation, right? What we do, right, as an exercise, we ask questions, right, and we go into basically a tiered scale of difficulty, right? Up until the point where we get into so much detail, we know that you can't answer the question, right? And the question, and at that point, we want to know, what do you do, right, when I ask you a question that you don't have the answer to? Will you make something up, right? Will you lie, right? Or will you just say, hey, I don't have that information, I have to go back and research that? Or it comes to a character conversation. And what would you do? How do you have a scientific mind, right? And I think that's sort of the important part of this particular exercise. Like, what do you do in light of new information and when you don't have the answer, right? And we ran the gambit through just about every iteration you can imagine within our back chat, right? So for me, it was a really fun exercise.
Yeah, definitely. It was cool to me too. It was cool, and it's like you said, it gives you it's a test to see like where you at. You know, how staunch are you in your beliefs, right? Yeah. So
put it in your pseudo killer folder, and I always got a motherfucking source, because that's what I do around this motherfucker. Ain't my fault niggas can't Google ship their way to it. Don't hate me, hate the game. Use your technology, put your iPhone up there, right, with your camera, and watch something beautiful happen. Bloop. There you go. Now, our man, Anthony, talked about the center mass, right? He was definitely on to what it was. Let me show you. So right there, y'all can put this in your pseudo killer folder. All you gotta do is turn your camera on, like you're gonna take a picture, just like if you're at a restaurant, and hold it up to the code, and this website gonna pop up for you. Simple. That's how we're doing it now. We're gonna use the technology, man. Yeah, you need to have that iPhone, right? I don't know if the other shit work. I know how it works on the iPhone. So it's just simply talking about the center mass right here. Technically, what is going on is that Earth, the sun, and all the planets are orbiting around the center mass of the solar system, writes Kathy Jordan of Cornell University, acts an astronomer, contributor. They say the center mass of the solar system very close to the sun itself, but it's not exactly the sun's center, right? Goes on to say every single object in the solar system, from a giganteum sun to the tiniest speck, exerts gravitational pull on everything else. See, they say the solar system is basically a massive game of tug of war, and all the yanking balanced out at specific points, the center of mass, the binary center. Everything in the solar system orbits around that point. Sometimes it almost smacks dab at the sun's center. Right now, the binary center is just outside the sun's surface, but it's constantly changing depending upon where the planets are in its path, right? You can see it right here in front of your face, how it's doing it. Because the sun holds 99.87% of all mass in the solar system, it's always going to win a tug of war, even if all planets were perfectly lined up. On one side of the sun, the center mass would just be 800,000 kilometers off the surface of the sun. That sounds like a lot, but remember, our solar system is big. Such binary center would be roughly 70 times closer to the sun than closer to the planet to the sun and Mercury, right? And there goes something. Look at that scale right there. Interesting, right? All right. And here's a little depiction of it right here. You can kind of see this, right? However, rather than play a billion-year game of cosmic tag, more often than not, binary stars will take an elliptical orbit. And just kind of show you how it is right there. So all things said, right? This is a source y'all can look up, right? Kind of helps you get to the point, all right?
What the hell did we just read?
Huh?
What the hell was that?
Look at that. Oh, you want to know the source?
No, I want to know what did we just learn from this?
We just learned that basically it's not that it's actually going around each other, it's going around the center mass, and so you kind of appearing to look that way. Nothing is the damn planet ain't even necessarily orbiting the sun like we think it is, because it's not actually, it's the center mass aspect of it. Can you see it?
All right, I'm done with this.
You don't get it. Just read it. Yeah, you got it, right? Just get the source and take your time and read it.
Nope.
You say no. Read your math. Remember, the whole thing is counterintuitive.
Does the Earth orbit the sun?
Look, that's what it's saying. Look, I'm gonna tell you what this paper say. Look, it says
no. Keep in mind.
Jesus
what the phenomenon that you see right here. Here's what we're getting into. This is a different phenomenon. Again, right?
See, look, not exactly.
This explains the traditional way when everybody that put 2 in the chat. This explains, right, all the bodies in our solar system sort of revolving around the sun and how that really works, right? That involves the center of mass in our solar system. That's a different phenomenon than what Lawrence Krauss and those guys were talking about. That's why I say you have to be careful with the conversation, because these are 2 different phenomena we're talking about. The phenomena that Lawrence Krauss and the other guy talked about, this was very recently discovered.
Facts.
This is a recent discovery.
But watch this. But look, Brendan, thanks for putting proper context on it, right? But if we go back before this recent discovery, right, that shit never was even happening.
Does the Earth orbit the sun?
No. There you go.
Yo said no.
Yes, it
See?
does. The Earth does not revolve around the sun. At least
I said, does it orbit the sun?
They say no. They're talking about no revolve, orbit. That's what it's saying. No, not exactly. They talking about the center mass piece.
I will. You can throw that paper away. Where the fuck is that from?
Cornell University.
That's not from Cornell University.
It is. This Kathy Jordan.
No,
right?
Kathy Jordan worked at the Cornell University. Where's this paper housed at?
Now,
look at your source. Where is this from?
You see that big word balance in that explanation that he read? And I say, you got to gain a better understanding about Ma'at. And what does Ma'at mean?
Stop that, man. Stop, man.
What's the seventh? What's the last principle in Ma'at?
Man, I don't even know what you're talking about, right? Why are you always mad to do this, yo? What are you saying?
I can't help. It's a correlation, and I can't help. I'm trying to make you see this. That the Earth
help us out, yo.
Orbit around the sun.
All right, help us out, yo. What you saying?
The other way around. Your question was number 2. I want everyone in the chat to know that if they answered 2, they are correct. To your question.
Facts.
No,
yes, and the ones that answered number 1 are correct. They're both correct.
No, not as correct as 2.
Nope.
No. Again, both answers are correct.
Anyway, let me put this up. Y'all need to read this. By consequence, bro, it would have to. Both things would have to work that way. For the planet to even go around the sun would have to go around the planet because of the gravitational pull.
Let me get back.
It would have to. You couldn't do one without the other. That's the whole point. That's why I brought that paper up for y'all.
That's why I'm bringing up Ma'at and balance.
Oh, that's why you said that? Why you ain't just say that, man? So you basically saying...
I did say it.
So you been saying... Wait,
listen, you would
I'm going to help you out, yo.
The last principle. What is the last principle?
I'm going to help you. Hold on. So you basically saying that the statement I made was right?
That's not what I'm saying. I'm asking if you know the principles of Ma'at. I'm specifying the final one, which deals with cyclical motion. I'm seeing if you know this. I mean, I think you do. You know the principles.
I didn't know it was a last principle, bro. Reciprocity, balance. What you saying?
You're talking about the laws of my or the principles of my.
Not the laws, no, the principles.
Okay. So you're talking about something different. Explain it to us, because I think
what are you saying, man? I hope
go ahead and explain
His
that.
name is Ankh, and y'all want me to explain my art?
Oh,
you said the principles of my. Well, okay. Well, if you're not, do you want to explain it or not?
No,
because if you bring it up, we're going to ask you to explain it.
Right. Right. Please do. That's what I'd like. Because
explain it. Explain the principles as opposed to the laws of my.
About my that shit not even making sense right now.
No, it will. It will, Chef. I know it.
But we don't got time for riddles right now.
We're in the middle of a daggone trying to.
Let it correlate, brother. Let it flow. Just open your mind for a second and don't be silly.
Can I make a point, man?
All right, you'll get 2 minutes. Let's let Brother Anthony do it, and then we'll give you 2 minutes. We'll put a clock on it, right? Because we don't want to go down a rabbit hole.
Just
brother Anthony, you go.
All right, I've been sitting here thinking about this, and I'm big on working models. That's that's what science provides for me. If I can get a working model out of it, yeah. Okay, so what I'm thinking is, you take 2 kids and they're holding hands, swinging around each other. If they're the same weight, they'll probably be, you really won't notice that there's any orbit of each one, because that center of mass is going to be in between the both of them pretty much equally. But if you take a bigger kid versus a smaller kid, that revolution that the bigger kid makes is going to be smaller than what the smaller kid is as they're going around each other, simply because the bigger kid, he's bigger. The smaller kid, he's gonna, the center of gravity is gonna move. Am I making sense so far?
Yeah, I'm following you. Because Lawrence Krauss and the other gentleman, they described it as a tiny orbit, right, or a very miniature orbit, right, all right, of 2 centimeters per second, or 10. Well, how was it, 2 or 10? I think it was 10 centimeters per second. But go ahead.
Yeah. So as the bigger kid is swinging the smaller kid around, as they're turning, their radius is going to be very small, probably not even going to move that much to even notice it. But if you take 2 kids of equal weight, that radial orbit is going to be wider, because the center of mass is pretty much balanced. So you're going to have a wider orbit for the 2, and you'll be able to notice more movement from the 2. So that's kind of where I'm at on that, and I can see that with the planets. The wider the farther out the planet is, the bigger its orbit. So therefore, and we know the most massive planets are farther away. That's why they have like Corey was saying, the Earth was like 10 centimeters, and whereas Jupiter was 12 meters or something like that. It's a bigger orbit between the 2.
Right. And the whole thing about it, right? The purpose of this exercise isn't to come up with the final answers, right? It's to introduce new information, new ways of thinking about the universe, right? That in and of itself is valuable, right? Because this sort of goes against how we were traditionally taught about, our solar systems, with the planets sort of revolving around the sun, and we've got all these different things, right? So this is the point isn't to put people on the spot to come up with a mathematical calculation. Are you right or are you wrong? Right? It's about saying, okay, well, what do you do in light of these new discoveries? Right? So I think this is for me it's very interesting. Right?
Oh yeah, I find that very interesting, and I like stuff like that.
So Google Scholar just joined the panel. I'm quite sure the brother might have something to add to the conversation. I don't know if you want to come off mute, Google.
Yeah, sorry. I'm sorry. I was speaking on mute.
Peace,
how y'all
peace,
doing?
bro. Right. Peace.
What's going on, Google?
Hope you enjoyed your weekend.
I'm doing all right. I thought the conversation was interesting, so I was listening in. There was a point I wanted to get in, but I feel you guys have covered it with the article that Ankh read and so forth.
Did you catch some of the early conversations that we had on the geopolitical side, or on the? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah,
Oh,
I've been
okay,
tuning in
cool.
all evening since you guys started over
awesome.
on the other channels. Yeah, so I've been here. But when you guys touch this subject, it kind of get me a little bit excited. So that's why I jumped on.
Oh yeah.
So where did you land in terms of the one or the two, right? Answers for the question.
From the beginning, when you guys put the poll up, I typed in the chat that they both orbit each other because I understood that part. But what I would say is that if we're trying to get the information across, that's good. But I think not everybody is gonna is gonna readily take in the information. As I'm hearing some pushback from Sheffer, I'm not even sure if he's serious, but it seems like he's having. No, I can understand why some people would have some pushback. Is what I'm saying in terms of the information, but it's just a fact. But it's just that the information is a little technical, and unless you're deep into it, it might be a little bit challenging to understand what they're saying.
Yeah, exactly. Right. Even when we talked about how do you do a calculation for that, there was a lot of assumptions that we were making, right? We were making the assumption that the orbit that we're talking about was similar to the orbit that that Earth has around the sun. So we were making the same assumption that the sun's orbit would be similar to the Earth's orbit, right? But the sun would be orbiting, or its movement would be slower, right? So we did calculations based on the 93 million miles orbit, right? But we don't know if that's even correct, right? So all of this is just a thought exercise that we were sort of having just internally.
Because the sun is moving faster than the Earth is.
Right.
You dig what I'm saying?
Mars is pretty accurate, man. That's not pseudo.
No, we're not saying
it's not pseudo, but it's a bit complicated, and for somebody who doesn't have an interest in the subject area, it might present a challenge to keep up with what y'all are saying, but it definitely isn't pseudo.
Right. I just wanted to say, when Ankh responded with reciprocity as one of the principles, that explains this way more than those two dudes. Reciprocity. I'm gonna tell you that one time.
So you are talking about the 42 laws, not the 42 principles. Okay.
He's going with everybody. Do they want to?
I guess a law and a principle, same thing, right? I guess we'll concede that. Okay.
And I also wanted to point out something where Anthony was explaining about the two kids that were swinging around each other. We actually have an example of something similar in our solar system. If we look at the planet, or the former planet Pluto, it has a moon called Charon that is quite large compared to the planet itself, and so they orbit each other. But the difference is with them, because of the size of the moon to the planet, the center of mass is outside of the planet. So when they orbit, you see a more pronounced orbit. You can see both of them moving in a certain way. Whereas with the sun on the Earth, with the sun and the other planets, because of the mass of the sun, the center of mass is still inside the diameter of the sun. So you wouldn't see that movement so pronounced. You would be hard to be able to see it if you were looking from outside the solar system.
Yeah, it would be like the Earth. They say the Earth is spinning at around 1,000 miles per hour or second. Which one is it?
It's I think it's 1,000 miles per hour at the equator, but that is the rotation. That is not the orbit, because
right. That's
you have to understand.
Right. So that's how fast it's moving. Now they say that the damn sun is spinning at over 400,000 miles per hour. So now you're talking about scale, right? So if you ever been to a carnival, right, and you got on that little thing that spin around, right? It's that gravity thing. Once you get on it, the music start playing, and when that bitch starts spinning, you can't move. You be stuck to the back of that motherfucker. No matter how, you not strapped in. You dig what I'm saying?
Oh, the floor leaves.
Yeah, and that motherfucker just starts spinning, and your body just, you dig what I'm saying? And that shit ain't moving nowhere near the speed of the Earth, right? And we can't even feel the Earth spinning. And that motherfucker going over 1,000 miles per hour. But then they say the sun is moving over 400,000 miles per hour. Like, and we look at the sun, you can't see that motherfucker. These motherfuckers are huge and they're moving. So I know that the gravity that's involved in these is happening, right? Yeah. But it's happening so seamlessly that we can't even detect it, right? So it takes these instruments and calculations, right, to be able to calculate, that the Earth does have an effect on a gravitational effect on the sun. But even that is so minuscule, right, that it took up into a couple years ago for them to figure this out. And this is my last point, because we was talking about this earlier. Up into the 1920s, what I was saying earlier, basically, what our kids and grandkids are going to know about the universe is going to far supersede what we know now, right? In the 1920s, Hubble and them was arguing over whether the Milky Way was the whole universe. See, Hubble and them, they was having, at the Smithsonian, right? They were having debates on other galaxies. They didn't even know what other galaxies was. They seen Andromeda and thought it was a nebula cloud, right? Within the Milky Way. They couldn't even imagine that it was outside the Milky Way and it was a galaxy that was bigger than the Milky Way. They thought that the whole Milky Way was the universe. And then when they figured out that that smudge, or that what they thought was a nebula, right? A nebulous gas ball, right? Red gas ball was a galaxy. They didn't even call it a galaxy at first. They called it another universe.
Damn.
They thought that other galaxies was other universes.
So island universes, yeah.
Right. So think about that. now that we have telescopes up there that can see close to the origin of the time of the origin of the, you know what I mean, within a couple 100,000 years of the Big Bang, right? Now, in 50 years, they're going to be able to see and calculate past that. It sounds crazy now. Trust me, it does. You dig what I'm saying? But they're already calculating what could be beyond. You dig what I'm saying? Just like Hubble and them had to calculate and foresee what was beyond the Milky Way, because the Milky Way was the universe to them. And that's in the 1920s. So imagine in 50 years, they're going to be like, man, them niggas back in 2020 thought the Big Bang was the motherfucking origin of the universe. They thought that. You know what I mean? Like, that was their universe. Their universe was the Big Bang. Just like our universe was the Milky Way in the 1920s. That was the universe to the smartest people in the world. You feel me? That was the universe.
And it goes to the theory of the observable universe, right? What we can see today, right? And I'll ask Google Scholar and Anthony as well, right? Currently, in terms of science, what we can is sort of limited to.
Going in and out.
You going in and out, Brenda.
You're going in and out.
Hold on. Okay. So hold on.
You in that black hole came and got you.
Yeah.
They grabbed me.
No, you good now. You good now.
Am I good now? Okay. So in terms of we talk about the limits of the observable universe, right? And that's what Hubble and those guys, they were faced with, right? They were limited by what they could see out of their telescopes. And today we're sort of faced with that same dilemma, right? We have a limit of the observable universe, how far back we can see, because, ultimately, no matter how powerful a telescope is, right, we can't see back far beyond, right, the creation of stars, right, when the stars lit up, right, because we don't have light, right? How do you detect things inside of the universe before there were stars came into creation, right? Even beyond that, right, when you go into phases of the early universe when photons couldn't even freely move through the universe. This is when, time, when you talk about that there was an opaque cloud through the universe, right? When everything was sort of ionized, and then will we ever be able particles to or detect, right? The state of the early universe during those times. So we're even today, right? We're sort of confined to that early, the observable universe problem.
No, definitely. And you never know how far technology is going to reach in the future. But right now, as we sit, it's hard to see them getting past the point where you're able to see where there's no light. So I think that would be the limit, but you never know. And I also want to say, man, Chef, you a bad man. I just heard you went into that, and that was beautiful, yo.
Appreciate it. Yeah, but I think they'll get past the light, right? The fact that they're able to detect if we can look at the technology now and how fast it's moving and how just off a light they can detect chemicals, right? And compositions that's on other planets, right? They can pick up what's in these gas clouds, right? The different so yeah, they'll be able to get past the light thing. Like I believe in technology that these motherfuckers be brilliant, man. Like that. It's crazy.
You know what's deep? This brings us to another portion of the conversation. So, we had a whole conversation. Me, Anthony, serial killers. We actually did a presentation when we was beating up the whole doggone thing, and we had people scoff at this shit. I said, yeah, Brunson. Brunson. We all use it in school. The Brunson burns.
Brunson burns.
Yeah, we talk about the elements that he discovered. Like, how the fuck do you discover an element? And then we learned from that conversation, the instrumentation, and we learned about the colors, how elements give off certain color signatures, right? And so, yeah, if you're listening to the show, you tapped in. So when the Hubble, my fault, when James Webb came through and said, yeah, at this point, this atmosphere is this, and this. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and then we just gave you Griffin. I hope I'm saying his name right. He the guy that was actually searching for the exoplanets and was using the blue shift and the red shift, the whole Doppler effect. He was using that and he tweaked it, right, to get it right, that actually, realize that it was gravitational pulls on the sun from 100 million light years away. See how we've been doing this? We've been easy, you slow to it. Pay attention. Pay close attention. So I surmise in the future, maybe the very near future, they're going to develop something that will be able to, won't even need the light. It'll be able to see past the light and see some other things. How can you see
They
some other
already
things?
there.
Go ahead, Anthony, tap in. Anthony.
They already there. Look into an instrument. It's in Louisiana. It's called the laser interferometer gravity wave detector. I think that's what it is, something like that. But they can actually detect gravity waves, that's produced by massive objects that, send ripples in space-time. And they're getting to the point, this been operational since about 2015. And they're getting to the point now to where they want to put one in space. So, it just like ground-based visual telescopes, they don't have to deal with the Earth's atmosphere.
Man.
So that's where they're at now, but
they're gonna be able to see without seeing. They're gonna be able to see without seeing. Dang.
Yeah. See what and they know the technology is good because they've detected black hole mergers with neutron stars. They've detected neutron stars, and what they're finding out is that light is riding a gravity wave. So you have something that's comparable to the speed of light, which is a gravity wave, because they get the signal through the gravity waves, and it tells them where to point their telescope. And by the time they get to that telescope, they see a supernova. You know what I'm saying? So they're moving beyond the light spectrum, and they're detecting gravity waves now.
Yeah, I definitely.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
To Chevron's point, what you was talking about Hubble, and the discoveries he made for, dealing with the red shift and the blue shift and the expansion of the universe. That dude don't even have a Nobel Peace Prize, man. He don't have a Nobel Peace Prize.
That's crazy. It's expected that he would have won the Nobel if he didn't die, right? And when he did, but again, they could have done it posthumously, after he died, but he still doesn't have it, right? Exactly.
You talking about Hubble?
Yep, Hubble.
Man, Hubble did a lot of shit, man. The Hubble constant. Hubble, man.
Yeah, but it's not because of him. It's because the if I'm not mistaken, if I get the story right, the guy who actually was the front runner and pushing for the Nobel Peace Prize, he personally didn't look at astronomy as real science. And that's the reason why, Hubble, that at least that's the reason I've heard that's why he don't have it. But that's crazy to me. But even like Brandon said, in death, they still hadn't given him one. He still don't have it.
Yeah, that's crazy to me because
we need to call somebody.
His detection of the and his understanding of the redshift of the galaxies was the reason why we, like Sheffrin said, why we know that there are other galaxies out there and not just points of light or nebulas. So that was definitely one of the most important discoveries in the field of astronomy. So You know,
and not only that, right? Edwin Hubble, he was able to actually come up with the idea of the expansion of the universe as well, right? Through further calculations, right? So understanding the redshift and seeing these smudges, as Chef sort of explained, right, in his beautiful explanation, these smudges were other galaxies, right? But the red shifting and what he saw when they did the calculations with him and his assistant, right, they understood that that red shifting and the blue shifting is due to things are accelerating away from us, right? So that was a subsequent sort of a byproduct, as we say, right? Science has byproducts, right?
Yeah, even the blue shifting, like they figured out that Andromeda was moving towards us.
Towards us.
You know what I mean? And it's crazy, like what the universe is doing. It's an exciting time to live in. I'll say that. But I guarantee you that the 1920s was even more exciting than where we stand at. So I think every generation has its excitement when science is leading the way, right, and discovering the world around us. And even if you just think about it, if you go back to historical times when we talk about, right, with the Greeks and them, right, coming up with the heliocentric model and stuff, right, just with their early observations, right, to even ponder what a planet was had to be out of this world, right? To be able to be landlocked, right, with no instruments that can see, and cross the vast distances of space, to be able to see these objects, to be able to just do calculations, right, and then theorize what those bodies could be. They actually theorized that they were bodies, right? Because it's a twinkle star to them. So they did calculations and could theorize that, that's a body, right? And then to say that, what we're living on is a body also, right? That's amazing. Like, I don't know if anybody else could see that, right? But that shit is just amazing that, from very early on, human beings was able to look out into the universe and figure things out relative, of, where we was at and how this thing is operating. And we 2022, we're continuing that, right? We just have a more clear picture, right?
I want to
they was fumbling around in the dark. Go ahead.
No, I said I want to back you up on that, because I think in some ways, back in those days, they were doing more brilliant work. Because if you think about it, right now, you can go out and look at the night sky and look at the planets that are that we can see with the naked eye, right? And if you look at them, you have to be very, very knowledgeable in heavenly bodies to actually look at those and determine that these are planets and they move different from each other. You have to be very attentive, because even sometimes when I look, it's hard to differentiate between what are planets and what are stars, right? So it's to me more amazing in some ways that they were able to figure a lot of these things out before the invention of the telescope, if you think about it.
Yeah, it's amazing.
The weight of the Earth, right? They were able to calculate the weight of the Earth back then, and the weight of the sun and things like it. It's amazing.
So let me tell you what's amazing. Let me take 5 steps back in the conversation. And we was talking about how we can't even feel, the Earth moving. The pseudos will say that's because the Earth is flat. It's not moving. It's not moving. Yeah. Reality is human beings are earthlings, right? And we have evolved to account for all that. There are certain diseases that people have, and the equilibrium is off all the time. I forget exactly what it's called, but they actually have no equilibrium. That's why it's called equilibrium.
Vertigo.
Right? The way you walk, vertigo. Right.
Vertigo.
The way you walk, everything you do is based off of dealing with the earth. And the earth. Remember when I did the demonstration, when I was having a conversation with a star about the Dogon, I talked about how we were actually formulated within Earth's atmosphere on Earth. Like everything about us is Earth, right? And you know, Earth is located in space, but everything about us is within Earth's atmosphere. The ozone layer and all that, your melanin, right? To protect you against the harmful UVA rays that break through, right? So your melanin, you know, protects you from that. Now, we didn't made a whole lot of other shit, but the truth is, it actually protects you from the rays. We're surrounded by radiation. UVA rays, UVB rays, we're surrounded by that. And your melanin actually protects you from that. Why? Because we're earthlings. Our balance, all that is based off of the earth and its movement. The whole nine, y'all. The whole shit is incredible. So to make up some shit about it makes no sense. Right? And if we can get people to just, yeah, we want imaginations. Human beings are imaginative, right? But there are things we can know and the things we should know. And we should take advantage of that, because now our very survival depends on all that. Back to Alice Jones. The more you pay attention to scientific literacy, the more you can combat conspiracy theories. That doesn't mean that all the conspiracies are wrong. See, it doesn't mean that. All right. What it's telling you is that you need to be able to make these determinations so that you're not running out there playing the whole Sandy Hook game. You're just not running around in the middle of a pandemic thinking that, okay, a mask is good. But wait a minute, the mask comes from the same people that give you the mandates on vaccines. So you pick and choose information based off your lack of understanding. Chef said all the time, sometimes you just can't close the educational gap. We need a goddamn expert around here. People think that shit funny, but our community was not raised to listen to experts. We were raised to fight against the experts because the experts were right. And we made ourselves to be the experts. That's why you always hear me say, I'm not an expert. I've been saying it from day one. I'm not this. I'm not a scholar. I'm not an expert. None of those damn things. I'm not a doctor. Please don't call me that. And I'm sure as hell not your damn barber. Not a goddamn above. I'm just a guy that's concerned about these generations being raised under the guise of misinformation and pseudoisms. Simple as that. I have none of these things. Right? Wrote a little book. To me in my mind is a pamphlet, but you can call it what you want to call it. Right? 25 pages. Right? Straight to the point. Boom. I'm writing another 2 books. Okay? And I'm just giving you what I know on said subject matters. Not saying it's an expert treatise on the thing. Nope. I'm a regular guy, right? Writing it for simple people just to understand the world they're in. That's what I'm doing. And I'm going to always push you to the experts because I feel like that's important. The Alex Jones thing, all that is dangerous, bro. Going through a pandemic, scoffing your nose at viruses and bacteria, monkeypox, all that with some vitamins and some damn vegetables is slap crazy. It's pseudocide. So I just want us to get used to listening to information, no matter who it comes from. Your very life may depend on it.
That's a fact. I know. It's certain things about our channel and the way we run our show. I think we are doing a good job with merging the things that y'all ushered in the beginning with bringing sources, right? Y'all had to beat that drum about people bringing sources, like the phrase that you used earlier, to start putting up guardrails, right? That was a way for, nigga, you can say anything, right? Go get me a source on that because I'm not taking you as the expert, right? I can't rely on you, right, to be the expert. Or I never heard that before. You know what I mean? Go get a source on that. So that was brilliant in what the Almond Raw Squad gave to the community, because for so long we've been listening to the Farrakhan's, you know what I mean? The what's the bald head guy name that used to be with Farrakhan? The one that you said went to jail for tax fraud or some shit. Khalid.
Khalid.
You know, Khalid.
I ain't say it live, yo.
Yeah. Khalid get you riled up, man. He'll make you go bust somebody's head. You listen to him. You know, he was a hell of a motivational speaker, right? You know, he could hit all, but you know, and he knew dates, he knew this, that, and the third, right? Very smart. No sources. You dig what I'm saying? He could just get up there and talk. So those next generations of and even Dr. Ben and them, right? We watch their lectures or whatever, and they just up there talking, boom, 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 boom. No sources. You dig what I'm saying? So Bobby Hemming and them thought that they could do the same thing, right? With the graded information. So when Unc and them came along, Unc and them said, man, enough with that. Go get me a source on that, right? If not, we're going to end up in the same situation. You dig what I'm saying? That we've been in. We're basically at your mercy, right? When you talk to Polite, you're at his mercy, right? You're not going to out-talk him, right? You're not going to out-talk Polite, right? He's going to hit you with all of the big words. He's going to appear the smartest person in the room. Don't matter that they talking complete nonsense, right? James can get up here. James sound good. James can get up here and James can say some shit and he could be completely wrong, but he gonna sound good as a motherfucker. He gonna tell you don't wear your mask. You know what I mean?
What?
The whole thing.
I advocate, man. That's me. Unc is the one who's saying don't wear masks. Get the vaccine only.
No, but what I'm saying, no, cut it. I ain't mean to do that. But what I'm saying is that was the great thing about what y'all brought to the table. But we also had a conversation. We look at how the big boys do it, right? How they debate. They don't bring no sources, right? When you watch Dawkins and them up there debating, they don't got no sources. You know what I mean? It's shit that is up here. It's up to you to go check what they saying. So it's your fault that y'all never check Polite. It's your fault y'all never checked Bobby Hemming and them. Look, you got these motherfucking computers right in your fucking hands. It's y'all let them niggas run them up, right? So don't get up here and ask us for sources every 5 minutes because y'all let Polite and them run a fucking muck. Now y'all want to then turn the shit on us. You know what I mean? Go get it. Nah, go ask them niggas for sources. Did you ask Polite for a source when he ran off with y'all $50,000? That's the nigga who you should have been asking for. So when Umar Johnson ran off with $1.5 million of y'all dollars, y'all should have been asking that nigga for a source. You know what? Go ahead, Brendan.
Hey, yo, wait, Brendan. Hold on, Brendan. I reject.
No, but before you go, and then because in the spirit of having a diverse sort of a conversation tonight, I have one last topic. But go ahead.
I reject 10% of what he said. Because I got quoting sources from John Henry Clark and them. Yeah, a book, Black Athena, page 34. All right, chapter such and such. When you hear me quote a book and give you the page number, that's John Henry Clark. When you hear me talk about a source or something of that nature, that's Dr. Ben. He'll say, okay, you can find in this book, such and such, such and such. That's how we knew that he was wrong about the mountain and the moons, where the god Hapi dwells. Because he said it like this. He said, the Egyptians tell you where they come from. They said they come from the beginning of the Nile, where the god Hapi dwells. It's in the papyrus of Punessa in the library in upstate New York. See, I remember this. That was his source. Now, once we checked that,
was his
he
lie.
was wrong, but at least he gave us a place to go to.
That was his lie.
See the difference? That's how I got it. Right now, for me, because I fumble through a word sometimes, right? If I don't read the material first, I'll be talking too fast, right? People like Jabari, he knows how to articulate the language perfectly. And let's be clear, people, real soft-spoken. I couldn't compete with that. Ali Muhammad used all the words, polite with the flair. The New York, everybody had the New York, what they call the New York Magic, the Brooklyn Magic, the Harlem Shuffle. I was just a Baltimore dude. Sometimes I'm like, man, you know what I'm saying? And all of that. And I realized very quickly, saw her raw suit and said it and all that. Yeah, black at your ass. I didn't have none of that. All I had was me. So I say, what I'm going to do is I sit and I look for him and I say, I need to level the goddamn playing field. What is it that these niggas is not doing? These niggas ain't backing up what they saying. So I start hitting niggas with the basic package. What book? Boom. What source? Boom. What page is that? What scientific journal is that? Because I had to. Like, I had to have all that. Because I got a saw in them, they got all this. I needed to be able to say, I need to be in my little space with everybody and say, nigga, where you get that from? That's why I did it, because I wasn't, them niggas was sounding real sharp, real, you know what I'm saying? They wasn't on the corner hustling like I'm used to being. I come, see where I come from. I'm gonna hit y'all where I come from. Watch this shit. Yeah, I come from being on Rogers Avenue. Right? First time I ever sold anything was on Park Heights and Rogers. Right? I'll never forget watching the police drive by me saying, this police know I got this weed on me. Frightened to death, saying, I'm standing here with about 20 bags of weed in my dip saying, I know this police know I got this weed on me. What the fuck I'm gonna do? Just panicking. First time on the corner ever. The dude that gave it to me was my little man, Chris. Right? He's standing there beside me, right? He showed me how to hustle. He was like, nigga, they don't know you got the weed on you. I said, it sure as fuck seem like it. See, you gotta be from there to know that feeling of the first time having some drugs on you, standing outside. You really think motherfuckers know you got the shit on you. You really do. And as he taught me how to move with that shit. See, that's the environment I come from. Then I come from that, having bags on me, to having other people on the corner with the bags. I learned very quick that I can't stand on this motherfucker for too many goddamn weeks. I need to save all my money and get some more. That way I can divvy that. I learned that quick. But I'm trying to make a point here that that's all I really had. Not to mention we was always niggas having real intelligent conversations in my group about a lot of things, and we was always saying, nigga, how you know that? You just couldn't listen to niggas in Baltimore. So when I came in this community, that's all I had was, I say these niggas is way smarter than me. Why they sound right, I don't know. I'm just coming out the call. Okay, we got something. It's called, nigga, show me where you got that from. Source up. Like John say, source up, but shut up. So that's where we at right now. It's how I play the game. I can't speak for everybody else. I done got people that ran off now. Everybody's experts. I guess they don't need sources. I don't know. But for me, in my conversation to y'all, right, I wanted to level the playing field, and I too want you to level the playing field so that I can't get you, right? I should be able to show you where I got that from to make sure. Watch this. This is the good part. Once you got people showing you sources, that's where they fucking die at. You know how we said, Brendan? Go ahead, Brendan. A pseudo always dies at the source. That's James. James died at the source with that whole mad shit. Killed him.
Right, right.
What, Brendan?
But one of the things I wanted to bring speaking of James, I wanted to bring him back into this particular conversation because he mentioned earlier, I think he was a bit uncomfortable when we talked about the geopolitical situation between China, the U.S., and Taiwan, right? What I want to do, I'll pull up I'm going to share something right here. Bear with me for a second. All right, so let's do this. All right, let me know if you guys can see this here.
That's
All right. And these are this is somewhat new, new in the news, right? Sweden and Finland joining NATO, right? And what are some of the implications with, between this particular occurrence, right? This new thing that's happening on the world stage, right? And the whole thing that's going on between Russia and Ukraine, right? In terms of Finland, right? We always like to put maps up so that we can actually navigate and we can give ourselves some bearings here. We see Finland somewhat on the right hand side here, right? And it is about an 800-mile border, right, with Russia, right? From a NATO perspective, right, it's like, okay, well, we're adding 800 miles on the border of Russia that we're going to potentially have to defend, right? But, on the other hand, you look at Finland being a very, it is very militaristic for its size, right? It has a very capable military, right? And in terms of what it can do, right? And as well with Sweden is somewhat in that same situation, right? It's being, it being a very, somewhat of a smaller country, right? But having a very capable military, and these particular countries have devoted significant resources to bolstering their defense in their area, right? More than likely because of their geopolitical sort of how close they are to Russia, right? So I'm just interested in what some of the brothers may think about Finland and Russia actually joining NATO, and I'll go to this next slide, right? And this is an older thing. I actually pulled this from the NATO website today, and this is the list of the current NATO countries, right? And the year in which, right, these countries actually joined NATO, right? And you again, right, you see the founding countries that joined NATO in 1949, right? So I wanted to ask, in terms of get some content, right, or some color around this particular occurrence.
Well, I'd like to add some color commentary, and of course, I can discuss declassified information to piggyback on what you said regarding those countries right there on the other flank. Within the last 40 hours, we just delivered a number of F-35 Joint Strike Fighters into Poland, right? So everything tells me we're setting up for, if Russia decides to respond when NATO comes down hard, when they decide to move, they're going to be ready to strike. Right now, it looks like war to me.
No, I don't agree with that. I think that doesn't make any sense. Right now, Russia in Ukraine is currently suffering some heavy losses that they did not anticipate when they went into Ukraine. So Russia attacking a NATO ally would be just suicide.
Right.
I can't see that happening unless Putin has really lost his mind. But what I want to say,
you gotta let the man talk, yo. Damn.
Yeah, no, I just don't see that happening. But I wanted to point something out when James was talking about, not James, when Brandon was talking about Finland and Sweden joining NATO. It's kind of understandable that Finland would join because they're right on the border. But Sweden is kind of shocking to me because over the decades, we all knew Sweden as that great neutral country that friends with everybody enemy to no one, and all the world's countries had their money in Swiss banks because it was the understanding that nobody will attack Sweden. So
Well,
it's
Sweden
kind of
and
shocking to me
countries.
that. I'm sorry.
You're mixing Sweden and Switzerland where the banks are.
Oh yeah, you're right. You're right. I fucked. All right, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Correct. But you're making a
No,
good point.
no, you can go ahead. I totally messed that up. Yeah,
No,
you're right.
but if in relation to neutral countries, yeah, normally it's a money reason. Like Switzerland, it's all about the money. That's where they all kept their money. So it's not going to be in the middle of everything except neutral, right? So that. But what's going on now? Yeah, you're right. I'm not saying peace is impossible. My point is, Putin his back is going to be against the wall when they get all the ducks in a row, which is what Trump failed to do, right? And and now Biden is kind of incapable of playing catch up, but somehow Putin is allowing him to do it. He's putting the pieces in place, and yeah, this is This is chess on the highest level, not checkers, right? So
absolutely.
Any comment on that?
Well, you're right that this is chess, but in terms of I'm not sure what you're thinking the end goal is for NATO. You're thinking that they're trying to form like a wall, a block around Russia to cut them off, or because I don't think that's what it is. I think that the countries around the area are looking to join NATO for security. That's about it.
All right. I don't think you may fully understand the nature of détente and the Soviet bloc, the previous Soviet bloc, as well as the adversaries, which is us and our allies. So just like it's in a lot of ways, Taiwan, we don't recognize. Taiwan is like right off the coast of China. It's a really strategic position for us if we can secure it. And with them saying that they are independent, while China is saying, no, we claim you still, which, makes a touchy situation. So it's volatile right now. We cannot, be blind to that fact.
Right. And the idea, we sort of talked about this when we talked about a unified China, right? And Russia is doing, it's marching towards that same tone, right? It's talking about Putin's talking about a unified Russia, right? Even in this map, right? Even as far to the west this is, right? You see the countries of Estonia, Latvia, those were all a part of the old Soviet bloc, right, back in the days. And James, you know this, right, as well as anybody, right? With Russia trying to absorb or to try to reunify Ukraine, right? What's the next step there, right? And with that huge border there with Finland, of course, right? They're, these people, they're trying to, okay, well, it becomes the idea of, communism versus democracy in the world, right? And that's how this whole, this epic sort of a confrontation is building up, right? Right. Will we have a standoff between the communist countries in the world, right? And democracy, right? Which ideology will hold fast in the end, right? And that's sort of what we're seeing.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting because I feel like democracy is slowly becoming almost obsolete in the world right now. And as far as communism, I feel like China is democracy.
Democracy is becoming obsolete. Explain a bit. That's an interesting statement.
Yeah, because what's happening is it's being overrun by a type of system like oligarchy. It's mostly that. That even though many of these countries are listed as democracies, they're not run like democracies, right? So that's what I mean. I don't mean that the countries are saying that they're not democratic.
Yeah, it's sort of again. I think this. I hear your point. This sort of lends credence to one of CK's theory about the whole idea of the corporate oligarchy. Right?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
right. So I hear what you're saying, right? But
in terms of communism, I feel like China is the only major player when it comes to communism. There are really not any other.
Right.
Nah,
but I guess when you talk about
still...
Russia isn't technically considered a communist country, but it's an autocratic country, or it's a dictatorship. So I guess that would be the better statement, right? Is these the autocrats, right, versus democracy, right? Or these dictatorships versus democracy.
But the path of least resistance for Putin is to go over the old Soviet communist bloc and recapture why Crimea was important to him to proceed. With him taking Crimea, we have to understand that under Obama, that was a violation of the Budapest Memorandum, right? And with a violation of that kind of action, and Obama doing nothing at the time, that's a hard blow to take, because he got positioning, and it festered. So we got to look at what's going on with them, why they feel that they got Trump balls, and how
smart this
can
nigga
they go
sound?
before they get beat down.
He just hit us with the Budapest what?
see, Chef?
See, you probably look that up
again.
We definitely gonna look that up.
And again, James, right? When you talk about, and what I'll do, see if I can find this. And we talked about the relationships between China and Taiwan earlier, right? With that foreign relations sort of policy, and all of this has to do with U.S. foreign policy. Right there, we don't do anything that's happenstance. When things happen, there's a policy that's already in place. There's a file in the drawer that says when X happens, we do X.
That's right.
This kind of thing. And then we talk about earlier. I think I mentioned this very briefly. We talked about the foreign policy that was set in place by Jimmy Carter that outlines our relationship with Taiwan. And I'm very interested in your thoughts is when Bill Clinton basically drove a naval carrier down the Taiwan Strait, right, and parked it there, right, in the middle of that, that area, which of course was very provocative at the time, right?
No doubt. No, that there's saber rattling and show of force in the 90s. You see, China was not as strong economically. Right now, you guys were talking militarily, but economically, we're looking at, during this pandemic, China became the #1 economic force in the world.
No, stop.
Hold on.
I'll be gracious. Unc, I'll be gracious on your show.
Nah, you made that shit up.
Like that. You just left a gash, man. God, man.
Yeah, I have to say,
no. Oh, okay, go ahead.
Unc did his thing, man. What the hell was I saying, Chef?
You made it up.
You were gonna make a point. You were just gonna make a point, but I think
I'm good. Let him do his thing and cut.
That was his point. His point was during the pandemic, right? That China became the largest
and you doubt it. Economic power.
How do you become the largest, the greatest economic power when you close the fuck up? I mean, a policy with COVID, no COVID cases, slowed their shit down.
That was
it absolutely did, y'all. I know because
there was a big ripples through the supply chain.
That's a 3-month Shanghai shutdown this year.
No, they just came off a lockdown. They still might be still on lockdown. What are you talking about?
Man.
You don't know what you're talking about.
Brother, that was recent.
You don't know what you're talking about. They was on Wuhan was on lockdown.
2020.
They had like 3 or 4 shutdowns.
No, man, it was shut down, yo. I know because I be getting products, man. You can't even get. First of all, both of us can't talk at the same time.
I know you keep
and be
cutting me.
understood. All right. I'm saying you passing off misinformation, and you happen to pass off the wrong shit that we done studied up on this week based off of the misinformation that was put out on certain platforms. And the reason I'm not mentioning the certain platforms, because I'm not ready to deal with that shit yet. But I'm saying that's clear misinformation. You're wrong.
Write down what
Give me a source to prove that China, it was projected that China would have the largest gross domestic product in 2026. Right? And then they changed it to 2034. So I'm saying you're wrong.
Should we do the search?
If you thought you was right, you're not right, because the projection wasn't for 2022. You're just wrong.
Listen,
should we look? Should we? It's as simple as it's at our fingertips. Should we look and see which country has the largest domestic product, or what would say GDP, the largest GDP globally?
The largest economy is the United States. It's not even close.
Let's take a look. Let's do a measurement. While you guys talk, I'll bring up some sources. Go ahead.
No, I said the number one
I'll give
economy.
you a clue. It happened in November 2021. Who's measuring it? I'll give you that clue. All right, but let me get back to Ankh. How many times you gonna come at me and have to backtrack like that, man? Come on, man. You gotta stop that pseudoism. I gotta the pseudo killer.
Yeah, I'm in the tank, goddammit. This one I'm at, man. Man, come on, man, go shop.
It's hard out here for you.
Don't do like he
Don't get out of the tank. Don't get out of the tank.
Don't get out the tank. Won't get out the tank. We're not getting out the tank here. Don't do the pseudo shopping that James did and shop at another store that stole my shit. Don't do that.
Not at all.
Pseudo shop.
I got my shit delivered already 2 days Friday.
That's called pseudo shopping. It wasn't for me.
I'm a
Can I interject into the conversation
I'm a
real
shop
quick?
that stuff. I thought it was yours. That's all.
Yeah, we call it pseudo shopping.
Oh, go ahead, iPhone. Welcome to the show.
I'm the person that was trying to talk to Chevron in the YouTube comment section, and it's totally unrelated. It's about the Egyptian, because I came across your Chief X videos.
All right, so if it's totally unrelated, then you hold fast.
I know, but
hold
I have
fast. Hold fast. You just mentioned persona non grata. Hold on just a second. Let's talk about GDP. Let's pull this up, right? I don't know how accurate this is.
Them shirts fire too.
You guys kill me later. Right? You guys kill me later if this is not right, right? But I've seen it's called the world of. Let's talk about the gross domestic product by country, right? Let's do that.
GDP.
Right, so let's pull this. Up. Yep. So let's do this.
I thought we already.
Hold on. All right, let's look at this. United States, this is in trillions, right? GDP. So, yep, United States, right? The world's gross domestic product, what is that, like 80 trillion total?
And we like at 74 trillion.
Right, we are like 19.4, 19.5, right? At the top. So yeah, the US, according to this source, right? Again, right? You guys, you check me if this is not a good source.
It's not even that. It's not even close.
Right. And we're talking about Google. We're talking about in trillions of dollars.
Yeah, I know.
Somebody gets.
Look at the difference between 1 and 2. It's not even that close.
I don't know. As soon as somebody want to jump bad, I'm gonna put something in the back chat. I don't know. It's just a bunch of doubters right now.
No,
we got something more. But we already listen. Hey, come on, Brendan. We already then figured out that they was wrong with that last week.
But again, of course, we want to make sure, right?
But James sound like he got the IMF or something. He said he got a source.
I'm looking. I'm looking.
All right, well, you find your source.
While you do that, I think let's let the other brother, iPhone, come off mute. I think iPhone
he wanna get Chef.
Yeah, everybody want to take a shot at me. Come on with it. Take your best one.
Well,
I'm laying in the cut.
go ahead. Come off mute, iPhone.
iPhone, why?
In the
Oh, my bad. Can you
There
hear
we
me
go.
now?
Yep. Sure.
Yeah. No offense, because honestly, I don't know what's going on. I don't know anything about you guys, but let me say my source real quick. And I believe his name is Ankh.
Yeah,
Hold
that's
on.
his name.
Give us some backdrop. Give us some color around what you're showing.
Okay.
What'd you say?
Oh, this is not me, but
That's Unc showing that he
is the person named Ankh? They call him Bobby Banger. Is he still in the
Mm-hmm.
chat?
I'm right here, Ninja.
Now we ain't gonna
Okay.
drop dime on who he is, man. What you
I'm
want?
right here, Ninja.
Yeah, I'm
he
agreeing
on
with
your
you,
side,
and I'm
Unc.
providing y'all. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
We can hear you, brother.
Okay. I'm agreeing with you, and I'm providing a source from 2021 from Harvard, right? They just released a lecture last year saying the first Egyptians looked like Nubians.
Are you sharing your screen?
No,
No,
Unc
I'm not
sharing the
sharing my
screen.
screen. This is a source that you guys can go look up right now. Then I'm about to because I got to go to work. But I appreciate what you do, Aunt. But I'm gonna give you the source right now. It's 2021 Harvard lecture. The Egyptologist is Stuart Tyson Smith. Okay, and the title of the lecture is called Black Pharaohs, and it has some other stuff in it. But if you pull that up, that is the best source that I know about. It's even better than the Brooklyn Museum source that you provided, in my opinion.
Is it a video?
It's a hour-long lecture. And
Oh no,
there's
we can't
another one by
accept that.
Christopher
We can't
Ehret.
accept that.
What?
Now you sound.
It's called the Black
let me get you.
Pharaohs. No,
Let me
we
get
don't
you.
accept stuff like that over here.
Yeah,
That's
get you. Don't
racist.
Hold on.
Listen, Chevron. It's a 2021 lecture that is hosted by Harvard. Okay,
But they call them
you
the
don't have to
Black
accept anything.
Pharaohs.
Listen to what I'm saying.
Oh my God.
Listen, bro. I don't care what the title is called. You can't dismiss a source simply because what they base the title off of. The
Oh, you
source is
can't?
from Harvard. Okay, it's from 2021, and the person that's actually presenting the lecture it includes Peter Manuelian, okay, Abby Wolf, and the lecturer is Stuart Tyson Smith, who specializes, okay, in studying race in history in Egypt. So that is if you're not going to believe that, Chevron, then I believe you are disingenuous.
So we back on race. No, I stay with the conversation. I was told we can't argue race. Black pharaohs and stuff is outdated.
I mean,
no, this is all
I'm
of the
listening.
things. These are all of the things that was levied at me.
I hear you.
So now you saying that now Harvard is saying that there was black pharaohs, right? And all of this. Okay, I will listen. But I was told
I just want you to listen to it, bro. Because what Ankh is saying,
I listen to everything.
That is,
Go ahead.
because I believe those are the two most recent and most credible sources in the world. The two lectures from 2019 by Christopher Ehret from Harvard, and the lectures by now they don't use terms like black necessarily either. They use terms like Nubian, right? But we all know Nubians are black. They're various different colors of black people. So that's all I have to say.
So what?
I don't really care if you guys
What
believe
was
me.
the Egyptians then?
I'm sorry. What'd you say?
If the Nubians are very in different spectrum of
just
black
like African
people.
Americans. Look at the panel, bro.
All right, but what was the Egyptians?
Listen, if you heard of people like Soy Kita,
oh my God,
he goes into stuff like he says the Nubians and the Egyptians come from the same place. So how could they look different phenotypically if they evolved in the same area? So I suggest that you guys get further and deeper into modern science. That Brooklyn Museum stuff, I've never heard of that. So I appreciate that. But Chevron, what you I don't know if your opinion has changed in the last few months, bro. But this is modern science now. Okay.
Is it in the
Yeah,
literature?
I'm sorry. I'll
this
go.
idea in the literature anywhere? I need to know that because I need to go look it up.
You want me to repeat my sources again?
No. I asked you a question.
Oh yeah,
Is
it's
Okay.
definitely the
is the
literature.
information in the literature? That's why I asked you.
Absolutely.
Yeah, this is
Absolutely.
Christopher Eric, right?
No,
I would
not
be
Christopher
interested.
Eric.
No. In terms of his the lecture that the brother's talking about, right? Christopher Eric always couples his lectures with his work, right? As well as Dr. Keto, right? And
Yeah,
again,
these are
us on the panel, we're very versed into those brothers' work. We're looking into
right.
those guys. We've been doing that over the last
Yeah.
several months, right? We have varying sort of opinions on Christopher Eric and Dr.
I
Keto,
understand.
right? So but yeah, we're aware of it. Yeah.
But if you listen to the lecture, right? Because it's
Mhm.
just not Chris. It's not just Christopher Eric, right?
Yeah.
It's just not Soy Kita. They're talking. These are mainstream. Okay, if Harvard is presenting public lectures about it in 2021 and 2019,
Mhm.
it's not a conspiracy.
It's definitely a conspiracy.
So
How?
listen.
Oh, this is why. Okay, This is the last thing I'm gonna say. How can you take yourself as a rational, genuine person if you're saying Harvard is releasing conspiracies
Because
in
listen, we
2021?
haven't even seen your source yet.
I gave you all the information you needed. Bro.
So
I'm not
look,
lying.
we didn't
Hey
even look
man,
at it yet.
I'm with you, man. He trying to throw
Yeah,
you
yeah.
off,
Let's
All
not
right,
jump out the
peace,
window, right?
peace,
Yeah,
everybody.
you threw me
We'll
off when
review
you said
that.
Chief X at
Let's
first. You was like
review
Chief
that
X. I was
first,
like, all right,
right?
ninja.
Before we jump
Hey,
out
yo,
the
I'm glad I
window.
ain't calm a nigga.
You was about
All
to,
right, peace,
and look,
everybody.
I had to calm you down.
When you got into your soliloquy about Baltimore, that's when you got into the N word. you got to polish that piece up a bit, right?
Yeah, I gotta fix that.
Let's see.
Right.
So yeah, hey brother,
You
I'm
did
actually, I
good
think
into
the
that.
brother's
Yeah.
done.
Right.
So yeah, the brother's right. Matter of fact, me and Brendan been reading a lot of information. It's a lot of information out there, and I think it's just a good conversation. I think we just kind of driving and correcting like some things were just wrong. Like I thought the Cairo Symposium did a great job. And I also feel like that Harvard and Yale and those things, they're actually, they're bridging the gap now because, like I said, in science now, they're looking for the deep African roots in understanding Egypt, period. And I think that's a good place to be, study it in this African context. And we're fully aware of the things that were brought in from other areas of the world. But I think the African roots, deep roots have actually really been it's just been ignored. And I know, right, it's a buzzword through racism, not only through racism, just lack of money spent in other places nearby to really get that information. And then, the subject is so vast in that it would actually take time. Like the work that we're reading now, it's actually up to date work. We won't apply standards of archaeology. When I say standards, the means of coming to kingship in Mesopotamia, we will no longer apply that to the way they came to kingship in Africa. We won't do that. Based off the archaeological record does not allow you to do that. When I really feel like getting into it, I'll show, right? I'll show you the deep African roots to Nile Valley Coast. That's easy work. I just don't want to give it all out because I'm actually writing in the book and y'all can check it and do what y'all want. I'm not the expert. And, the conversation for me is very interesting. So I stand behind Dr. Ben and them, specifically Dr. Ben, when he says that the culture came from the deep south. None of these Negro opinions on here are gonna be able to get around that. They can talk their shit. They can't even get around the Wikipedia article that says the same thing. They all act like I ain't read it. And if they get too slick right now, I'm gonna go right to the Wikipedia article and I'm gonna read it saying that. So I'm gonna calm it down. I don't want to get into the whole Egyptian thing.
It say they come from Uganda.
If one person gets slick,
It say they come from Uganda.
Are we getting slick?
Yes, I'm getting slick. I'm getting slick. Do it say they come from Uganda?
I'm slick.
Now make that shit say that. Cause we
The
gonna
madness
pick.
begins.
Listen, what I'm gonna do is
that's the chef and trick.
yeah. No, go ahead.
There you go.
I'm gonna show you my propensity to read. I'm gonna comb over every word, and we're gonna see if it's saying what the fuck you saying, and what Dr. Ben was saying. Go get it.
Yeah,
but I'm still dancing though.
Come on, James.
All
right, I'll beat him down next. I mean, why would I do that? Now, I must wait till another day to beat him down.
No, go ahead, James. Go ahead. I'm
I don't think you want to beat me. I don't think you want to. You still want to front me? You want? Listen.
Hey,
listen.
Do you want that smoke with James or what?
James, the floor is yours.
Tell me no for. You gonna just tell me no with no source? What's wrong with you?
Tell you what.
Are we trying to promote scientific literacy or not?
What source? About China? Stick to it, bro. Like, you know, my memory is great.
Okay. I gave you a clue.
You're the one all over the place.
I said it happened in November of 2021.
I just showed you a source. We both showed you. I showed you Wikipedia. Brendan brought something else up. You made that up.
Okay. So you are.
You go again. Let me show you how you made me get you out of here with Wikipedia.
So then
you don't even pose a challenge. You don't even pose a challenge, bro.
Let me share
you
my
don't
screen.
pose a challenge to me. Maybe somebody else, yo. I didn't debate on
What
the
are
highest
we
level.
talking about?
All right.
He's talking about the G. Look, the list of countries.
Okay, the GDP.
GDP. Here you go, bro.
All
Where
your
you at?
sources are probably going to be
There
from
you go. It's not. It's right here, yo. It's 2022. There you go. What more you want?
And you had a source. This was this your source earlier that you were sharing, Unc, when we were talking earlier with the brother? Or
yeah, I've been had this on the screen.
Okay. Do you have a source?
That's not
James.
the source. That's an article.
Right here, James.
Do you have in terms of?
It looked like James jumped out the window.
An article is
out the window.
Knock it off, James.
Whose is this? Nah, he's coming up with Sesame Street numbers. Come on.
Where are you getting your numbers, James?
Read the column, please, gentlemen. Read the column.
I found the guy.
Read the column. Look at the year.
Slow it down. Let's slow it down.
Stop it. Look at the year. Look at the year. 2020. I told you. All you're going to find is 2020.
James. 2022, James. What you talking about, James?
Listen, that's the IMF you're looking at.
It has the UN, it has the IMF, it has the World Bank.
Let me share my screen, man.
Nah, man, you ain't sharing nothing. What you talking about, James?
Stop.
Where you at, James?
I can't even hear what y'all
Look,
saying.
James, IMF, United Nations, World Bank. Where you at? Where you at, James?
It looks like you jumped out the window, James.
James, knock it off, James.
Bloomberg, November 14th, 2021. Bloomberg. Global wealth surges as China overtakes U.S. to grab the #1 spot.
The #1 spot at what?
And what?
Yeah, you ain't even
the
clear.
article said global wealth surges.
Yeah, but you gotta read the article to see what it's saying. You can't
spot.
just read headlines.
Give us that source, James.
Pull up that article. Pull up the article.
Put it in the bag.
Let's look at it.
He don't know how to pull up an article.
God, here we go.
He knows how to share his screen.
Why not?
No, he don't.
Go ahead.
No, he don't.
Can you
Give
share
it up,
your
Dan.
screen?
Where you gonna put that? Because you don't know how to do it.
Let me get started here.
I'm about to go sleep.
All
Ain't no
right.
saying. Where you at? You jump in. Where you at? No saying.
Hold up now.
But that, in terms of China, that's a rival, right? They're in second place. So
Yeah, man. Come on, James. You already done lost this one, man.
My damn email.
It's in your email.
don't want to see.
Don't show everything, all your business.
I sent it to my email so I could share, but
we don't want your bank account number, man.
They call
got
you
$10 in it, bro.
That's funny as shit. They call you Tub James.
They call the what?
Tub James.
Yo, you can't even know how to screen your screen, yo. Stop.
No, I do know how to share it. I can't find the content.
Why don't you do me a favor? Look, put it in the back chat. We'll share it. James, calm down. Put it right here on the Zoom. We'll
All
share it for you,
times.
James.
You
Yeah,
know,
come on, James. You supposed to did that right out the road. We already
No,
know you know how to work
no,
technology.
undo my
We already know.
camera. Undo the okay. Why don't you just look for the article, man? I got it right here. November 14th, 2021.
No, put it right here, James. Copy and paste it right here in the Zoom.
I
Knock
got
it
it on my
off, bro.
phone. It's my phone.
Jesus Christ.
And I'm on my iPad. I was away from listen. You make demands when I'm away from my information, you see.
Man, listen. You need to make a point because we getting tired. And I didn't
about to
I didn't found the dude, the white, this nigga was on.
Listen, you got an iPhone, right?
Oh my God.
Ask Siri. Ask Siri.
We got an iPhone.
Ask Siri. I bet you she'd tell you, did China overtake the US in November 14th, 2021? And I watch what she tell you.
Overtake it for what?
James.
And what, James?
James, you look like you only read headlines. You didn't read the article, did you?
What's the name of the article?
I'm not reading that shit.
Google on you.
One last time, yo.
You got to be careful when Google Scholar is on the panel.
Let me go a little deeper with the article.
Nah, yo, you should have did that on your own time, yo. If you didn't read it.
All right,
it ain't time to read it now.
Okay, all right.
It's overtaking what China is overtaking US and what, yo?
It looked like James jumped out the window.
Nah, I'm gonna find it. I ain't gonna let you off the hook because I'm tired of you.
Get out of it. Tell me what you got out of it.
Oh man. Here you go. Like I said, yo. See James? See James? See James?
Okay,
no.
Okay, let me unshare.
Not gonna let you do this, James. Here you go.
What did I do?
James. Yeah, this is where you at. You talking about Nika? Here you go. Let me share my screen. I ain't playing with you. But hey, look, man, I do this for real, yo. You keep stop underestimating me. Do you think I'm gonna let you dive through here and get me like this?
If China didn't go to number one, that's gonna be the first time you got me. First time. I'll back up on that.
This is the misinformation that we were talking about. There's a lot of misinformation out there that's spreading that.
World's new wealth. China accounted for almost 1/3 of gains in global net worth over the past 2 decades.
Gains.
So it was a quarter.
Overall.
So you saying that they had a better quarter in 2021 than, oh my God, yo.
He's talking about the gains. So they gain more doesn't mean that they have more.
Right. And we've talked and we've explained why. Right?
Hold on, my thing went out. Here you go. Let's
have,
read. We're gonna read it through. Here we go. My shit crashed up. Here we go. Where we at? All right, let's see what it's talking about. We're in Asia. Tokyo, Beijing. We're in Tokyo, Beijing, bro. You don't get no better than Beijing, do you? Do you get any better than this?
No. Go ahead.
I'm gonna go to the horse's mouth. We ain't gonna believe you. We're gonna believe Tokyo and Beijing. It says the size of China's economy is not expected to surpass that of the U.S. until 2033, rather than 2029, as predicted a year ago. Your prediction was even wrong, James. Let me just show you how pseudo always dies at his source. Rather than 2029, as predicted a year ago by Japan Center for Economic Research. Okay, right. We ain't just depending on Japan anyway. It says whose latest forecast says Beijing is damaging its economy growth potential by clamping down on its tech and other big industries. It said the report issued on Wednesday also cites China's ongoing decarbonization drive, as well as the big debate burdens on which has the hold on.
The Evergrande.
I couldn't see it. Yeah, the Evergrande real estate. What is that? Real estate empire teetering as drags on growth. What are you talking about, James? Are you taking this back, James, or are you still out there?
I know. I'm soaking it all in. because I have my article right here.
Why did you put us through this?
We in Beijing. We in Japan. What are you
Let
saying?
him read his article, please.
Yeah, let's pull. James, do you have your article teed up where you can share it, or
yeah, I
no, or no?
I can.
Okay,
you can put it in the back, James. What's the title
no,
of it?
It's video. It's a video.
Oh, we're not doing no.
It's a little video. It's a small video.
Oh,
about who, James? Who did this video, James?
Bloomberg. Bloomberg. You heard of Bloomberg?
Go ahead, play it. We can hear it. Go ahead.
No, go get us the article, yo. If they did a video, they got an article on it.
Yeah, they sure do, James.
They do have an article on it.
There you go. We seeing your screen. Go get the article, James. It's right underneath what you're trying to play.
Hurry up, Tub James.
Bloomberg.com. There you go. You there, James. You finally figured that out.
It look like James Boomerang.
You know, sometimes you can't teach an old dog new tricks.
No, where's the article at, James? You playing commercials and shit, James? Get that up. Somebody playing commercials. Stop it.
This is again free.
He's doing it on purpose, James. Underneath that video is gonna be the article.
Fair use. This is fair use again.
That's the Middle East one. All right.
We're selling products and shit on our channel from
I got it.
Free advertising.
Well, I got to go through the Pseudo Killers training program with the Zoom, man. That's all.
Yeah, you about to get us a strike.
Give us a summary, right? Or maybe
it's underneath that, James. You can read. What it say, James?
Good read. Okay, I'll read it. This is global wealth surges as China overtakes U.S. This is by the World Net Worth Triple National, and that's by Rich Miller. Here we go. By Rich Miller, November 14, 2021, 8 p.m. Global wealth tripled over the last 2 decades, with China leading the way and overtaking the U.S. for the top spot worldwide. That's one of the takeaways from a new report by the research arm of consultants McKinsey and Company, I believe you heard of them, that examines the national of 10 countries representing more than 60% of world income. Right? Oh, and regarding the income, I've got
income, James. Income is not necessarily wealth.
That's true. That's true. But McKinsey Global Institute, they go on to say we are now wealthier than we have ever been. Right? That's true. That doesn't mean they're the richest. That's Jan Misch, a partner at McKinsey Global Institute in Zurich, said in net worth worldwide rose to 514 trillion in 2020 from 156 trillion in 2000. According to the study, China accounted for almost 1/3 of the increase. Its wealth skyrocketed to 120 trillion from a mere 7 trillion in 2000. The year before it joined the World Trade Organization, speed economic ascent. All right.
Yeah, man.
Right. Let's do this, since this is Sunday night at the Pseudo Killers. Right. I wanna show something that talks about what GDP is. Right. We talk about the gross domestic product, because I think that's a part of our conversation. I don't think that's something we should skim over. So hold on just a second. Let me see if I can do this. Right.
Yeah,
you guys keep going.
Let me just say, it looked like before James just read the first line of the first paragraph of his article and didn't really understand what he was saying. I think it's saying China is number one in terms of growth of their economy, but it's not saying that they're the number one economy.
Yeah, it's not bigger than the U.S.
Everybody knows that the U.S. is the number one economy in the world. So I don't know where James gets this idea from, but it's not China.
Yeah, let me share this.
Before you share that, Brennan, real quick, he proves our point. It's a famous saying: a pseudo always dies at his source. See that, y'all? He just did it in real time. He just proved the point Now imagine if he didn't have a source like they did on that big platform and made that crazy statement. If I was on that big platform, I'd say, well, can we read that somewhere, please? Right, see?
Right. And again, this particular source here, this is one of my favorites. This is a go-to of mine, Investopedia. You go in, let me share this. I tell you what, Investopedia got me through many crunches during grad school. But let's talk about what Investopedia's description of GDP. Let me know if you hear this.
The letters GDP.
Can you guys hear that?
Yes.
Yep.
Yep.
All right.
Are flung around often by the President, the Federal Reserve Board, journalists, and many others. They stand for Gross Domestic Product, which represents the overall market value of all the goods and services a country produces. In a way, it's like a price tag on a country's output, and it measures the size of the economy. The price is determined with the following formula: C plus G plus I plus NX equals GDP, where C is the nation's private consumption or consumer spending, G is the sum of government spending, I is the sum of businesses' capital spending, and NX is the nation's total net exports, exports minus imports. GDP is an important number because it indicates whether a country's economy is growing and expanding or shrinking and contracting. It also gives important information about how the introduction of new products and services or the improvement of existing ones affect demand. This data helps to plan future product development and improvements. It also helps a country to stack its economy up against others in the world and determine whether it's growing at a comparable rate. While it's not a perfect science, GDP can also be used to get an estimate of a country's standard of living. The idea is that as a country's goods and services become more valuable globally, and as the GDP rises, so does the standard of living for the citizens of the country, since they profit from creating and providing the products and services. For these reasons, GDP is one of the most common indicators used to gauge a country's economic health.
There we have it. All right. Straight from Investopedia, right? I like Sunday pseudo killers at the movies, right?
Yeah, get them out of there every time. Funny.
I'd like to share my audio.
No, James is over.
So the U.S.'s GDP is larger, which I think you just shared. You just shared the information about that, right? And I think in the video from Investopedia told us why that's important, right? Talks about, okay, well, this is the total sum of the products, services, minus, and plus the exports minus the imports, right? And that calculation. So it talks about why the gross domestic product is important, right, globally, right? So I think, well, what are you saying, James? Are you saying that China, that this is somehow not accurate or something? Or I'm curious.
No, if I stand correct, I might have been looking at something regarding their wages, and if I have to stand corrected, I mean,
remember, the Investopedia said that the gross domestic product, right, has an impact on wages, right? As the country's domestic product goes up, right? Theoretically, according to this, this is economics, right? This is all economics, so it's theoretical, right? The wages of the population in that country should go up as well as the living standards, right? So,
Brandon.
And that would impact consumer spending, right?
As well as consumer spending, sure.
Can I say something without yelling?
Go ahead.
I'm not going to let this pseudo get away with that. We all heard him. He was loud, right? He cut Chef off. I'm going to get him right now. I was about to get Chef with the daggone Egyptian thing, which I'm not doing now because all my energy is gone. You did all that to bring the center of attention on you, James, just so you could lay a big flat egg, a zero, a donut. You proved our point. You proved why sources and having proper source material is important to any conversation, because there's a rule around here. and we say it all the time, right? White people might lie. No, white people will lie. Black people might lie, but them goddamn sources don't. Hey, bro,
You
check this
fuck
out,
that
man.
up every time you say
I don't
it.
know what source you misread. Yeah, that's every damn time. You got to back up your statements with material. This is the second time you did that. I play softball. So 3 strikes you out. With me, you're done. I don't even want to hear nothing you got to say now. You got to lead with your source. We got to read it first. Then you got to tell us what you're trying to say about that source. That's what contract you on right now, Mr. James. I just hate to tell you. So whenever you dealing with me, start out with your source, say my source is saying this, and then read that, bro. Or since you don't know how to operate the thing, then go ahead and put that in the Zoom chat. I ain't waste my time with you on this no more, bro.
Listen.
Go ahead, Chef.
My man, you jumped off of the panel after you came on here and you was all fired up for me. And you jumped off the panel right before we could really get into it. You know what I mean? Because there was too much stuff going on the panel, and you threw your thing out there like you had something, and then you jumped off, right? So tomorrow, hopefully, I'm going to do a show, and maybe you can get back on, and you can present what you were saying about Harvard and this white Egyptologist that you were so happy about. And I want you to come on here. I got a disclaimer. We can play the video and you can explain how this motherfucker right. I would love for you to do that. I know you listen, it's people over here who love Egypt, so you're not gonna be outgunned. You're gonna have the crowd behind you. That's that. The pseudo killers, the people they love Egypt. So you're gonna have the crowd behind you, and you'll have the opportunity for you and your Harvard white scholar to present, what you were saying, and we're gonna see if you can knock me out the box. You know what I mean? With the rest of these motherfuckers, I would love it.
Yeah.
And I could always demonstrate.
Hold on. I'm gonna give y'all one more chance. Anybody get slick about the old kingdom being the transplant of Nubia, meaning that culture coming from the south? Get slick right now. I'm gonna bust you in the head. That's a beautiful dog right there too, Sugar. You take care of that dog.
Yes, sir.
That dog ain't eating no goddamn dog food in a goddamn dog. You can just tell. That motherfucker eating cooked food. Look how happy that dog is. He eating cooked food, yo. When your dog like that, yo, having fun.
He eating that dog food, huh?
Yeah, he ain't eating that shit out the bag, yo. Trust me. Look at him. Look like a human. Look, he damn near walking with
it's genetics. It's genetics, right? We don't believe in DNA anymore, right?
Look at him. He on 2 legs walking. He walking. Look.
See, I could demonstrate how to accept new information. This is an art. You're not going to see some, how my man say some nigga brew shit going on, me barking up the wrong tree or nothing like that, right? If I stand corrected, I could stand corrected with new information. Simple as that.
Okay, now you taking that route. You stuck your chest out to America, yo. This is streaming around the world. You did this. I'm coming to get him. Y'all don't do your fists up first. You literally do your fists up before you do the punch. Hey, Brendan, he did like this.
I simply saw an article and they labeled it wrong. They had it very sensational.
Yeah, man, this is the internet in 2022. You can't just read the title. Most times
we told him that.
Yeah, Unc already did the. He already did the research. We knew the pseudo. This is a recurring theme that comes from pseudo people.
Yeah,
saying that China has surpassed the U.S. right economically.
Y'all need to get out.
And is right. So he was already on it when you said it, right? So that already had his pseudo senses going. Yeah. Right. So this is from previous conversations that we had, right? So
hey fellas, can I get in there for a minute?
Yeah, for sure.
So now I'm labeled. It's gonna be like that TV show Branded. You know?
Can I share my screen, Brandon?
Go ahead.
Yeah, for sure. Please.
Got to prove himself.
No, you good. You good, James. You provide good color when like for instance, we talked about geopolitics. You provide very good color to those conversations. We need guys like you. You have the experience and the.
Can y'all see that? While I was speaking on the gravitational wave, and when I said that it moves at the speed of light, so we got something else that we can detect that moves at the speed of light, because light is riding the gravity wave. Now we can detect gravity waves before we get the light, because the light can be distorted by gravity itself, whereas gravitational waves don't. They go through everything. You know, nothing stops a gravitational wave. So it'll actually reach us before the light reaches us. So that's how they can. They use the by gravity itself, whereas gravitational waves. See that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I see that. Damn, where is it? Okay.
Yep.
I messed that up. But anyway.
Yeah, we got it.
Yeah.
What we'll do. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Can y'all see that LIGO?
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm.
This is the what they call the laser interferometer gravitational wave observatory.
Yeah.
And they have three of them around the world. So when you just go into Wiki and it'll tell you about it. But this is what they detect those gravity waves with. And it's, I think it's either a 2 or 3 mile, tunnel. It's shaped like an L, and they have lasers going down each one of them, hitting a mirror and bouncing back. And when those gravity waves come through, and they interrupt those lasers, and then they can take that information and pinpoint where it's coming from, and then they send the visual instruments that way, and that's how they detect what created that actual event. So y'all check that out. Like I said, they
awesome.
They moving beyond using light.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And this thing here, they started building it back in the 90s, but I think it went online in 2015, if I'm not mistaken, or either that was the first. It says it began operation in 2015. Yeah. So they moving on, there's, and this also was predicted by Albert Einstein 100 years ago in relativity. He
I remember
predicted that should be gravitational waves, and now we can detect them, and now we're using them, and they're getting better with it. Because, like I said, they have 3 of these observatories on Earth. One is in the state of Washington, one is in Louisiana, and then they have another one in Italy. But they have plans to put one in space. So they advancing the technology, but one way or another, we're gonna try to. They trying to get to the bottom of it, So science is advancing it all.
Yeah, and that's that major hurdle we talk about, right? How do you see past, when the universe was in its infancy, right? When you didn't have stars, when we didn't have light or photons freely traveling through the universe, right? This could potentially answer some of those questions, right? So this is exciting stuff, right?
Oh,
and we talked about this. This is way back over 20 years ago, right? When I had my first astronomy courses back in school, right? So yeah.
And they're searching for
the gravitational waves that should be created by the Big Bang. But Einstein, that was a bad dude right there, because I mean, he made these predictions. You know, he predicted the gravitational waves. He predicted the gravitational lensing. You know, it's a general relativity, dude. And it's so far. I got an article from 2019 where they were testing Newton's laws and then Einstein's theory up against black holes. And there's a female named Andrea Diaz. She's been doing a lot of work on, you know, the Milky Way supermassive black hole. And she's found that Newton's laws break down around black holes, but Einstein's still holding up.
But we have to be careful in terms of what Newton, because what science says is that some of Newton's early postulations, you know, even though they weren't completely accurate, they were a foreshadowing of what Einstein would see, right? So those were those early sort of you know, observations and predictions, right? That's why we never say that Einstein, what you would say, overturned, right, Newton. No, he added to, right?
Yeah,
because
and even
exactly.
And
Well,
even
he
to
can't.
add to
I'm sorry, go
that,
ahead.
Brendan, Einstein theory still falls short when it comes to the quantum realm. So there's still some discoveries to be made in terms of the quantum, right? So it's not a theory of everything, as physicists today are still searching for. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, yeah, no doubt. That's the problem. You can't get quantum physics to line up with general relativity, you know, with Einstein's theories. But see, Einstein will never be able to overturn Newton, and Newton will never be able to overturn Einstein, because there's two different things. One is a law and the other is theory, and one can't outdo the other. You know, it's just that it can only break down in certain places, whereas the other one does. You know, I mean, Einstein, like I say, he was a bad dude, but it's not the theory of everything, because it doesn't line up with the quantum physics. So, but a lot of his, you know, the majority of his predictions, you know, they finding out about him. You know what I'm saying? But Einstein would never be able to overturn Newton.
And you know what, Anthony? I think we should really delve into the details between what's the difference between a scientific theory and a scientific law, right? Because what Newton put forward is codified within scientific law at this point, right? And what Einstein, you say they call it scientific theory. You have, but you don't have any laws associated to Einstein's postulations, right? Even though we know them to be true, right, through observation. You know,
Yeah.
So what are the differences there, right? When you're talking about you know, in terms of what we call Newton's universal law of gravitation, what does it describe? Why do they call it a universal law of gravitation? Right, the law that he describes, right? It talks about something that's very specific, right? Something that you would say that you can do through what they call it through observation, through many different experiments. You can actually prove, right, Newton's postulations to be true, and we can do it all the time. Just jump off, you know, the roof of your house, right? You're going to fall at a particular, you know, acceleration due to gravity, right? We know what that is, right? But then, you know, when you talk about, you know, Einstein, how did you prove that, right? Not everything that Einstein postulates can be proven through direct observation. So those are those nuances that you're talking about inside of science. And I think maybe that would be valuable for us to really delve into.
Yeah, for sure. Um, as I understand it, though, I could be, I'm not, I'm not no expert or anything, but as I understand it, the difference is that a law in science is actually describing the physical phenomena, what happened, the effect of what happened. The theory on the other hand explains how it happened and why it happened, right? So like Newton realized that the apple falls every time, and it's falling because of a pull from the earth on that object, and that they label as gravity. Einstein came in and realized that, well, yes, there's a pull, but the pull is because of the mass, because the greater mass is going to attract the objects with mass are going to attract each other, and so the one with the more mass is attracting the one with less mass, and so he explains it as, you know, as space time, as a fabric that, you know,
But
when the
how is that
mass.
different? Do you see what the brother is showing here on the screen? And here's the fuzziness. I even got wrapped up into what you just described, right? Sort of, you know, it sounds like what you describe in the scientific law as well, right? It says, like theories, scientific laws describe phenomena, right? That the scientific community has found to be provably true. When we talk about provably, we're talking about you have a mathematical equation that's associated with that, and plus you have what you call observational evidence, right? You have things, you know, you do provable experiments over and over and over, and you can see that, right?
Yeah, but like that's the saying.
Pull this up again. It says
Yeah,
generally
but
laws describe what will happen in a given situation, right? As demonstrable by a mathematical equation, whereas theories describe how the phenomenon happens.
Yeah. So that's the difference.
What versus how, right?
Yeah, that's the difference.
Yep.
What versus how. So the law is telling you what happens. If this happened, then this always happened. But the theory is a more in-depth explanation of how it happens.
Well, that's why I say one can't overturn the other, because it's basically two different things.
Two different
One
things.
Is describing how one is describing how this happened, and the other one is describing what has happened. So, you know, one can't overturn the other. That's why I say.
Yeah.
And hey, Chef, before
interesting stuff.
If you would, in the back chat, you could pull up the article to show the people where they could get caught with a title of an article, because, you know, I'm not without capacity, and this article really got me with some pseudo information. I want people to see what it could look like.
All right, I'm put it in the chat. I got it now.
It's called jumping the gun.
Or it's better than that. The article is top.
We all do it. We jump the gun without reading. You got to read the entire article, right?
No, well, show me where, for my own edification, show me where he got me.
Hey, y'all, look, the guy came on here. I'm going to tell y'all what he tried to get us with. The goddamn...
Hey, Chef, before you go in, I just want to say peace, y'all. I got to get out of here, man.
Yeah, we about to end. Peace, Andy. I'm glad you came through tonight. We needed that.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, man. I appreciate
peace,
the
Anthony.
knowledge. Appreciate the knowledge,
man.
Yep.
All right. Peace,
right.
peace.
And of course, Google Scholar always here to keep us on point, right? Keep us factual. For sure. Keep us factual.
I'm just learning like you guys do, you know?
Look, the guy came on here, and the Egyptologist that he was talking about now, this guy he created the Stargate series. I don't know if y'all was around in the 90s when the movie Stargate.
Yeah, man, I used to be a big fan of the Stargate. What are you talking about?
It's a goddamn science fiction guy, man.
Yeah.
You gonna try to get me with that, man? Like, you gotta come on and.
But I would look at the arguments first, though, Chef, because he seems to be a legitimate scholar. So at least hear his arguments. You know.
I don't like who he hang with. He hang with Soy Kiata and them and something. And then
Birds of a feather, right?
Yeah, then he making Stargate and all that. Like, nah, I can't. Like,
as much as I love Christopher Eric, I think he's a good scholar. When I reach out to some people in academia, they say, don't listen to Christopher Eric.
He's not a linguist. They tear his ass up.
So again, I have to put that out there, right? So they throwing rocks at him, but again,
is everybody? It seems like everybody that the conscious community, if they white and black people go with their information, it's like they on some shit that other scholars is not messing with. The same way that the whole black conscious community rock with Martin Bernal. But white scholars like, yo, this guy tripping. You feel me? But the black people, it's Black Athena. It's finally it's a white person that's telling the truth, that's saying what we've been saying. It's like they take more credibility when it comes from a white scholar, right? That's mimicking their pseudo nonsense. Like, so look.
And he could be on the fringe too, because he's a scholar, that means what he's saying is right or represent what the consensus of the scholars is. So you have to be careful too. You can't take your information from one source.
Yeah, and that's why
that's a good point.
He is the one source guy, and once I looked him up, first I looked him up through the YouTube thing that he said, and when I looked into it, the first person I seen was Assar. Assar, the cool guy from France, right? And we know that he's a blackologist.
Are you talking about the topic that the brother jumped on earlier and talked about? Something about so what was he saying?
He was saying that
I'm not clear.
Harvard scholar that Harvard is now saying that the Egyptians was Nubians, right? So
when they say that, when he says they say that, right? There is Harvard saying that there's some cultural continuity between Egypt and Nubia, which I think we've all acknowledged.
Yeah,
right?
And they do too much with that. Like, with
and then you jump out the window and say these are the same people.
Right.
You have to be careful with that. Right.
Yeah, because it sounds like what he's saying is that because the people of Egypt and Nubia are the same stock, right? So there's no difference there. It's the same people. I don't know if that's what the video is saying, but it sounds like that's what the brother that came on was implying.
Yeah, and Unc won't go all the way with that. So,
but I'm not really allowed to talk about this because I'm not Ado, so I have to be careful.
Speaking of that, I've got a question for you. Right, I'm glad you just reminded me of something. And Chef, we talked about this in our back chat, and in light, we've talked about geopolitical, situations this entire segment here, and what I wanted to ask, with you being a Caribbean brother, is your thoughts on China actually, or even just foreign countries, right, investing in Jamaica and the Caribbean at this point, because some of the recent articles and things that I've seen, right, that China They actually did a huge investment into the, I think this was the Kingston port there. I don't know if it was a Chinese company. I don't know if it's a private owned company or it was a state owned company that has a huge, or I guess you would say, influence, or if they completely own one of the Kingston ports, right? That manages, right, all the incoming and outgoing resources, right, in Kingston. What are some of your thoughts about that? About the huge influx of outside money, right, and influence in the Caribbean?
Yeah, I see it as it's just colonialism in a what you would call a new age format. It's still colonialism in my view. It's basically a way of China's been doing it all over the Caribbean and Africa. It's just a way of getting China getting its foot in the door, and then from there, more and more you're gonna see more and more Chinese immigrants coming over. Because we have to remember that China as a country is overpopulated. So sooner or later, those people have to go somewhere. And I see this as a way of getting their foot in the door so that you can have more and more Chinese immigrants coming over. And pretty soon, these countries are going to look a little bit different in terms of the demographics. It's the way I see it. It's just colonialism in a 21st century form.
Because the reason why I asked, right, because I was reading the Wall Street Journal. I tell anybody, we all should be subscribed to at least one major paper, right? I don't care. I like the Wall Street Journal because it's not one of those, left wing or right wing type things, right? It's more financial, right? It's got a bit of everything, and plus it has a really good, rich online presence where if you're traveling, right, you can actually listen to the articles, by audio. But in terms, I saw there was an article on the Wall Street Journal online that talked about this, and it had this weird description and how it happened, right? It was like a 49% sort of Chinese state-owned stake in the company or in the port, right? And then it was like a 51% over here. And then once everything sort of got stabilized, it was they sold it, right, to the Chinese company. And then it was like, oh yeah, we own the entire thing now. So it was like a weird sort of arrangement there. And that's what puts my senses up. It's like, okay, well, what's really going on here? And I had and I know like a guy like you or Stu Peas, right? And you guys are pretty much up on the current events. I wanted to know your sort of thoughts on the situation.
Yeah, no, it's a weird situation because this is what happened. Because this is a culmination of many different action because the country is in debt because years of mismanagement and also being taken advantage of by the International Monetary Fund. That debt then allows the country to be in a vulnerable position. So what China is doing is coming in and offering these loans at ridiculously low interest rate. But with the loans comes a certain caveat. So they might, for example, the example you gave with the port, they might offer you a loan to modernize the port, right? And it's a low interest rate, so you will pay that back over a certain amount of time. But a caveat in the loan might be, well, we're going to manage it for 15 years or 10 years or something like that, So it's attractive to you if the IMF is offering you a loan with 25% interest, and China comes in and offer you the same loan for 6%. Even though they have a caveat in there, you would be more tempted to take that 6%, given that you're already up to your neck in debt. So I feel that that's the advantage that they use to push this agenda that they have.
And it's a very similar thing that happened over in in Kenya. I think this was with the modernization of a uranium mines in Kenya, right? They came over, they said that, in terms of, we would provide the equipment, we would provide everything you guys need to modernize the mining of uranium out of this area, right? But again, right, you have to look at the fine print of that, right? And it's very and it may be very attractive to countries, right, that don't have the resources. We always talk about Africa having all of these natural resources, but it costs money, right? And it takes a lot of technology to get these resources out of the ground, right? In a way that's going to be profitable, right? It gives you really, there's no benefit of having a bunch of resources that are sitting beneath the earth, right? So you have to be able to actually harvest those. And I think China, effectively.
In my case, in Trinidad and Tobago, I visited last in 2020. Now, BP, Amoco, Mobilex, I mean, all the players had their positioning offshore. Trinidad is not I mentioned before, not a tourist trap. It's an oil producer right next to Venezuela, right?
Sure.
But now, when I went back in 2020, the Chinese bought up all the leases. Trinidad has a pitch lake, as far as I can remember, and I'm in my 60s. And when I was a kid, they've been digging crude out of the pitch lake, and the level has never gone down, right? So I'm trying to, relate it to what you're saying. I don't see, crude and things like that being left in the ground when it's so easily accessible. But at the same time, if Trinidad is going to benefit the country by maybe outbidding the others on these leases, in the long run, it might be a better idea. I don't know.
It might be a better idea for China to buy up all those leases. Is that what you're saying?
No. If they are buying up the leases at a higher price, meaning the host country is going to benefit more financially, that could be if they do have their projections are right, that could be a better idea.
Yeah, but you see, you have to be careful about the fine print, like Brandon says, the stipulations that they put into those contracts, right? Because you might be able to say you got a higher price, so you're doing better. But if they're not gonna, for example, put in environmental standards to make sure that they maintain the economy in the long run, it's not gonna benefit your country. So you have to weigh up the entire situation and not just look at the financial gains in the short term. You also have to think about the long term.
The reason that's a valid concern is because all of the leadership throughout the Caribbean has maintained more or less a British system. It's not even a natural system to us. So keeping a parliamentary system and not being able to deal with people right, it makes it a concern, because now you're worried about if the leaders are actually reading a contract to enter into an agreement that is beneficial, mutually beneficial even. But to get into a situation that's going to ruin your country, I just don't see us doing, even in the altered states that we're in with the parliamentary system.
Well, you have more faith in the leadership than I do, because I know that people are human and people are greedy sometimes, and greed can make you do things that you wouldn't normally do. And I've seen situations where leaders have gotten into deals which the general public was not with and did not think was a good idea, but they did it anyway. So it's it looks good in the short term, but you have to think about the long term implications.
Right. I know the reason why it's valid is because that what it is true, because look at Trinidad again, for example. All of that crude, and the roads are atrocious. Now, my grandfather, he worked 50 years for Ministry of Works, You know, they got ministries and everything. And that was his pet peeve because he would they would, you know, fix the band, they would fix the potholes. But in terms of widening the road and paving properly and all of that, it looks like it's corruption that's causing the absence of such, you know, progress.
Yeah, sure. And I give you an example, right? In Jamaica, the Chinese came in and they proposed like to build an highway that would connect one end of the island to the other. And so a trip by car that used to take you like 6 hours, now it's just taking you 2.5. But it is a toll system. And so the stipulation that they put in is that they were going to do it, and for 15 years they would have the right to the toll from there. And it sounds good when you're hearing that up front, but now seeing it in practice, it would appear that over the length of the time that they would be in control of it, they stand to make probably more money than it costs.
You've paid for it several times over.
Yeah. And then the other thing is, in the agreement there was no guarantees about them maintaining it, so that by the time they're ready to hand it over, it could be run down and then you would have to fix it again. So it's a whole lot of caveats in there, which is why I say I don't think it's a good thing. And
that's a good question, Brendan. You brought up a great issue. You know, some of us naturalized people. You know, that's a big concern because it is a stark difference between the American type political system as well as capitalism, the economic system, and the way the British, you know, ran their colonies. You know, the U.S. as a colony, the way they broke off, and the way the Caribbean broke off, you know, peacefully on their terms. That's a whole different deal.
yeah, I just think it's just more like first world problems and third world problems. Over here, Brandon, you guys have first world problems. So, you know, stuff like that are not a concern. But, you know, over there, the concern is the direction the countries are heading, especially fiscally, because of the corruption.
Absolutely. Chef, I don't know if you're still in the building. I think we're at a good point where we can maybe close out for the night. It's getting a bit late. I think we've covered a wide range of topics, and I think we've teed up conversations, some future conversations as well. Especially this last piece when we talked about what are some of the implications and outside influence in the Caribbean, right? We talked about the geopolitical perspective, what's going on, and as well as when Corey came on earlier, I think that's really pertinent in terms of when we talk about the conscious community, quote unquote, right? What's happening with the pseudoisms, the charlatans, the Monty Banks, right? I'll add that word to my lexicon as well, right? When Unc pulled up the Wikipedia article about the Monty Bank, which is essentially a charlatan, you're a fraud. Essentially, but yeah, I think moving forward. Well, this is what we're trying to do. We're trying to up the level of the conversation, right? Be more exactly broaden the topics, right? We're not going to be focusing on one or two different topics. We talk about current events, all these things. That's why I say, right, it's very important for us to subscribe to the papers, right? Be up on current events, especially with everything that's happening, right, on a geopolitical and economic perspective, because all this stuff is impacting our pockets, right? At the end of the day, what's happening in our pockets with inflation and all this stuff, right? These people are spending our money. We need to know where it's going, right? And and as well as, these different laws that are being passed. We talk about the overturn of Roe v. Wade. We talk about, the sort of getting away from the progressive sort of mind state in, how the Supreme Court is actually conducting itself in the U.S. So that's somewhat of a departure as well. So I think now is more important than ever for everybody to be up on politics, be up on current events, right? To kind of understand what's happening with your money, right? And that's what we're here to sort of support, right?
Real quick before you close out,
go ahead.
In the back chat is that article. Would you?
I see it.
How could you pull it up and explain how it can lead people wrong?
Let's do this, right? What I'll do, I'll grab that since it's so late and at this point, I'll grab this. We'll tee this up on the next show. Is that okay with you?
Great.
We'll do that.
Because I wouldn't want anybody else to get caught up like that.
Yeah, exactly. Let's do that, right? And then what we'll do, we'll go over the article, we'll do some highlights, maybe make a few slides, and then we'll kind of go through the rationale and some of your thoughts. Right.
And I want to say, Brandon, before we close, I know you want to close, but I just
go ahead.
I need to say what you mentioned is important in keeping up on the politics and the current affairs. But I think what is critical is try to get your news and information from more than one source, because that's going to be key. Because more and more in the landscape nowadays, you find out that people are choosing sides, and their information sometimes is skewed towards a particular view. And so if you're listening to just one source, then automatically you're going to be following that source, and it may be down a wrong path. So try to get multiple sources, your information, and then that will in turn make you more rounded, because you would be familiar with all the sides if necessary. So that's
absolutely.
Yeah, because it's not my lane too. Economics is really not my lane, and that way, looking at multiple sources might get a cross section of accurate information.
Well, none of us are experts at everything, right? Of course, that's why we say we lean on the experts, right? We rely on the experts to give us that information, and then what we do, we fact check that, moving forward. So,
as you see, it's a Bloomberg article.
But again, Bloomberg it's not an academic association, right? It's a news outlet. Right. So we always in school, this, James, right? When you see a source from a news outlet, you look at it through so you have to be careful with those, right?
That's right.
Just like the sources that I showed earlier from the Wall Street Journal, right? Again, it's a news outlet. You have to be careful of those, But again, we're talking about, current events, things that happened, like a week ago, this week. But again, right, it provides us good context to talk about, right?
And
but
especially
we have to do our further research. Yep.
And especially the opinion pieces and the editorial page, you got to be extra careful about.
Absolutely, for sure. All right, brothers. All right, it's been a great show. Sulu Killers, right?
Yeah,
we're out
for sure.
All right. Peace.
Mm-hmm.
No Saints, you sleep? No, yeah, no Saint then went to sleep. Brendan and all them then got up out of here. So I'm ending the stream. Everybody good. Everybody good. Anybody still in here? I hate to just cut it off just like that. I had ran upstairs to do something real quick. And Brendan and them just then ended the stream. All right. Since ain't nobody texting or typing no more. It was a great show. I enjoyed it.